Good evening, everybody. We've got Mass Effect 2 up, and I mean, I give myself the hour to sort myself out, so I'm not quite as late as I thought I might be. As is usually the case, I mean, for the benefit of those who are curious about the Friday thing, it's basically just the fact that I have a full-time job, and it's a cool job. It's one where I sort of get to sit on my backside for most of the time, and you know, think thoughts and occasionally write things. But it is mentally taxing, and especially when I do sort of broadcasts on Monday and Wednesday, and then Tuesdays have sort of been occupied quite a bit because I tend to notice that the stream, or like the vodcast, is more active when I'm actually in chat. More and more of my time kind of gets taken up with streaming, and on a Friday after work, I've noticed there is a very strong benefit to me to just take some time and like read a book or go for a walk or something like that. And there's a pretty good cafe that's just a couple of blocks away from where I live, which has just extended its hours. It closes around 8, so if you notice that there's a consistency of maybe like 8:15 start, it's usually just because I'm there with a coffee and a book, and if I'm feeling particularly extravagant, a sandwich. And it is a great way to spend some time because there are things in the world other than Twitch. So yeah, that's sort of the deal. It's not always that it's a coffee shop, but I do tend to notice, because Fridays can go late, I don't feel particularly bad about starting later because I know that I will wind up playing later anyway, and it usually means that I go beyond the normal 3 or 4 hour broadcast. Not always, but I usually do. So I think the trade-off there is I feel a lot more comfortable sort of I feel a lot more comfortable kicking around later if I've sort of had that moment of zen. And yeah, I don't know. It's working for me. If it's not for you, that will be very good feedback. But let's load up. So I went to do some of the mining missions, and it turns out the elusive man wants to talk to me. So that's that. I'll probably wind up doing the mining missions on stream. If you're particularly bothered by that, maybe let me know. But I figure I'll try and come up with meaningful things to talk about that are maybe outside of what I normally discuss in Mass Effect or something like that. There's an article I've been meaning to write for a while, so maybe I'll just prototype it with you guys. But
the elusive man wishes to speak to you in the debriefing room, Commander.
Oh, where's the debriefing room? So what I originally tried to do was to go galaxy map.
Change of plans, Commander. Urgent message coming in from the elusive man. Patching him in through the comm room.
So I don't get any say. So it does mean if you're here for the action, there's going to be a bit of delay for that. In addition to the fact that I'm going to have a chat with the elusive man, I'm going to chat with the crew, and I'm going to be doing some mining, and then we'll do some missions. And I really like this game. I definitely like it more than Mass Effect 1, although Mass Effect 1 was a pretty solid game in its own right. But I am going to be doing a lot of story stuff at the beginning, so if that's not your thing, fair warning.
Shepard, I think we have them. Horizon, one of our colonies in the Terminus systems, just went silent. If it isn't under attack, it soon will be. Has Mordin delivered the countermeasure for the Seeker swarms?
Not yet.
Let's hope he works well under pressure. There's something else you should know. One of your former crew, Ashley Williams, she's stationed on Horizon.
Last I knew, Ash was Alliance. Why is she out in the Terminus systems?
Officially, it's an outreach program to improve Alliance relation with the colonies, but they're up to something. And if they sent Chief Williams, It must be big. Perhaps you should take it up with her.
We should send a message to the Citadel. The Alliance can give us reinforcements.
Not until you investigate. I don't want the Alliance getting in our way. Once you have the situation under control, I'll send the message personally.
The Collectors just happened to pick a colony with one of my former crew. I don't buy it.
It shouldn't be a surprise the Collectors are interested in you, especially if they're working for the Reapers. They might be going after her to get to you.
Impact Gamer says, I'd say you have to favor Mass Effect 1, but they're both very good. Do you know what type of playthrough you're going for? So it's similar to what I did in Mass Effect 1. I have a natural... So the way I play this game, and most games like this, I have a character in mind and a general idea in terms of what their ethics and sort of their drives are. Now, I know it's very common for Mass Effect to sort of talk about how you're going to do a Paragon or a Renegade playthrough. And I would definitely say that I lean pretty heavily towards Paragon in this. But that doesn't mean that if I feel, you know, a Renegade option is more consistent with sort of the conception I have of this character in mind, I'll do that. And I mean, frankly, I kind of think how this game should be played, because I tend to notice if you do, it will reward consistency, but I don't know if the intention ever really was for people to just go always Paragon or always Renegade. But I've never found it an impediment to getting certain options. And the main reason why, so Mass Effect 2 was my first Mass Effect game, so I think there's potentially some effect of, you know, it was my first encounter with a game like this, so there may be some of that weighting going on inside there. But really the struggle that I ran into was, I felt that Mass Effect 1 was sort of trying to iron out some of its combat, some of the decisions, like it felt like there was a big incentive for me to hide behind cover, and because they put and hiding behind cover is fine, but because they gave you a long timer on a health kit, what this meant was that the game rewarded me for not playing it, basically. That the enemies would hide behind cover, they wouldn't give up an ideal location, and it would not be optimal for me to run out from those kinds of locations. And so it created these sort of extended periods of downtime, which I don't necessarily think served the game as well. And then obviously there's a degree of polish on Mass Effect 2 that sort of being the second game where a lot of the foundational technology's already been built, you naturally get. So my statement's less of a saying that Mass Effect 1, well, I mean, I suppose if you're going to do a ranking of the games, necessarily one has to be inferior to the others. But that's not a statement in terms of saying that I dislike the first game so much as I just think I've inherited the benefits of a lot of the improvements that they made. And frankly, that's kind of how I think most games should work. I generally think sequels for the games should be better, because generally the games, like, if they're done well, it should be taking all the things that they weren't able to do in the original title and move them forward to be able to put them in. So I know it doesn't always work out this way, but unlike movies, I actually think games generally should be better as sequels, simply because, you know, unless essentially it's a movie where the story is like central, at which point, you know, you don't necessarily know whether or not that story was intended to have a follow-up. I think most games which are more interactive experiences and sort of depend on a gameplay side, generally I think the expectation should be that they're better. And how you doing, K5? Great to see you as always.
Send the coordinates. We'll head straight there.
This is the most warning we've ever had, Shepard. Good luck.
Joker, set a course for Horizon. I've got to go see the professor.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Yeah, it's the one thing I'm good at, Impact the Gamer, is long answers. It's because I don't have a camera. It's the only added value I give is to Babylon.
Tell me you have something.
Yes.
I'll wait for the cinematic to go by. There is one other thing that I can sort of say
Lilith,
about...
we've got a problem.
Still can't calibrate the targeting matrix?
Those defense towers are useless if we don't figure it out.
Sorry, Chief. Getting our comm systems back online takes priority.
Yeah. Okay. Surprised people haven't tried to blame that one on me, too.
People out here don't trust the Alliance. It's nothing personal. What is that?
Get everyone to the safe house. I'll cover you. Run!
I kind of wonder if they took some cues from the birds in this, because it definitely feels like some of those shots were very similar. Although maybe the birds is just kind of it's become the standard way that you do swarm scenes.
Assuming control. We are the harbinger of their perfection. Prepare these humans for ascension.
But yeah, so on the one thing I can say about the idea of sort of disagreement as well. One thing that's always, I think, troubled me a little bit about the way that a lot of video game dialogue goes to is, you know, it's SNES or Genesis or Xbox versus PlayStation, Unreal versus Unity. I mean, you can take your pick. It sometimes feels like disagreement on a given topic is taken as being, I don't know, necessarily negative. I suppose thematically bringing Morden would be a good one because I don't think he has psi abilities, so we'll do Jack and Garrus because I trust them. But that's one of the things. So I mean, obviously when I talk a lot during games or that, and especially when I know one of the challenges that I sometimes run into is I have a natural inclination to try and bring sort of the counterpoint, and it's not even necessarily in a spirit of wanting to be, you know, contradictory or just necessarily like you know, I suppose you can say it's playing devil's advocate, but I really do like the idea of sort of poking at an idea a little bit and seeing how far below the surface we can get. So, you know, when I say, you know, I really like strategy games, but I don't care about Battle Royale that much. Well, Battle Royale is a really popular genre. Now, clearly I'm not going to give an extreme statement like Battle Royale sucks. But I think because there's a tendency in gaming dialogue sometimes to view contradiction as inherently negative. Or maybe that's the wrong phrasing. Maybe to view anything other than agreement as being sort of an accusation or being, you know, on the other side or something like that. I definitely like sort of engaging in depth with you know, with some ideas or some propositions. And more importantly too, like, it's a chance for me to learn a little bit more about games. I mean, you know, the Tuesday Elder Scrolls sessions have been really fun because I was not a huge fan of the Elder Scrolls before I started playing them, and now I really like them. So okay, I'm really trying to see if I can get AI hacking. Yeah, comes from levels in Incinerate. Okay, I will live with that. As far as NPCs are concerned, I just auto level them. And one thing I do want to check is that I go back. Yes, I prefer the Mantis to the Incisor. I'm just one of these guys who really prefers, the single bullets. So I guess I lied. No mining. We will be doing a mission first, but there is going to be a little bit of a hangover from that because I am going to need to get all my mining missions done, as well as maybe catch up on some codices and some crew dialogue.
We're groundside. Morden, you sure those armor upgrades will protect us from the Seeker swarms?
Certainty impossible, but in limited numbers should confuse detection make us invisible to swarms. In theory.
In theory? That sounds promising.
Experimental technology. Only test is contact with Seeker swarms. Look forward to seeing if you survive.
Yeah, I don't really have that much ammo, so I'm okay wasting some. I'm okay wasting some of the machine pistol ammo, but blowing some sniper shots on the trash at the beginning is not my idea of a good time. It is worth mentioning, I believe this is from BioWare themselves, but in terms of the construction of a Mass Effect level, I believe they very specifically made it so that you always begin the level with some simpler enemies, you know, and the intention here is to, you know, just give you a softball, kind of warm you up and generally feel like you're making some progress. And then kind of as you move on, especially near the end, you wind up, you know, running into the sterner stuff to
Commander, we're getting all interference. I can't maintain a flow.
The collectors are disrupting communications.
We're on our own now. Taking heavy fire!
Screw it, I'm going for it. Make a better door than a window, Darius. Yeah, Jack's got it.
That one hit! Well, nothing to worry about. Firing a high-impact shot.
But yeah, so basically the intention is to kind of give you a feeling of progress that in one sense is kind of artificial. It's specifically designed by the type of enemies that they've given you. But it's obviously a really effective one. And I think it especially works well in Mass Effect 2.
The husks that Geth used on Eden Prime.
I thought the Geth got that technology from Sovereign.
Shit. So the elusive man was right. The Collectors answer to the Reapers.
But yeah, so it's I personally find it pretty effective, especially because the missions in Mass Effect 2 are so short. So if the first little bit is just sort of, get acquainted, sort of see what the world looks like, run around, have some fun, and then sort of in your closing moments, it's this really big involved battle where you sort of feel like you're putting everything into it. For me, at least, I find it a really rewarding experience. And how are you doing, Jamie Sam? It's great to see you again. I believe subtitles are already on for this one, so... but let me know if...
Looks half human.
Oh, there we go, yep.
Guess we know what happened to the colonists.
No. The Geth impaled their victims on giant spikes to turn them into husks. But we haven't seen any. The Collectors must have already had the husks. They want the colonists alive for something else.
Collectors must be experimenting on the colonists. What
Thank you,
are they up to?
Existential
Sounds
Analyst.
almost worse than what Cerberus did to me.
Guess we'll find out when we stop them.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I generally like having them on for most games anyway, but I sometimes need the memory, because, like, obviously I have the experience of playing it. I'm pretty much dedicated into the experience.
These aren't the same creatures I fought on Eden Prime. They're more advanced. Evolved.
They still die when you shoot them.
The Collectors aren't getting away with more victims. Let's move out.
Whatever you say, boss lady.
I have a terrible division.
Peaceful. Usually takes a lot of chemicals for me to get this done.
Buildings.
Damn it, Jack.
One down!
Well, so much for all the heavy ammo. I will admit, I'm actually pretty bad so far at navigating the weapons for... I don't care if there's bad guys. We got loot. Oh, damn it. But yeah, I'm pretty bad at the division between weapons in Mass Effect 2. I'm assuming that you get like ammo upgrades later on, but I just do a bad. I tend to, even knowing that sort of the easier enemies are at the beginning and the more difficult ones are up later, I tend to use the wrong type of ammo against the wrong enemies. It just winds up being sort of an inefficient use of my resources, which is not, it's not a deal breaker. I'm not really finding the game overwhelmingly challenging. But the other thing that I tend to notice, I have a feeling that the reduction in ammo is also a subtle prodding to take advantage of things like explosive containers. The problem is I've really trained myself, especially for Mass Effect 1, not to take advantage of those opportunities. I didn't really need them, and so I tend to notice stuff like this after the...
Looks like some type of stasis field. Leaves victims helpless, but fully aware.
They've been like this a long time.
But yeah, sorry, I keep getting things to do in the game which stop me from... Oh, god damn it. That's why I suddenly go quiet. As soon as I start chatting or start reading chat, I wind up doing the dumbest moves in the game. Such is life. I'm not trying to get an achievement or anything. Collector particle beam acquired. The following squad members are now able to use the weapon. Shepard. How do you hack something? I just go up to it and press space. Existential entomologist. Or I guess technically it's the action key, but I'm just using defaults, so... Or do you mean like how does that mini game work that I just failed? In that if you do that, you basically just have to match the images. Oh, not a problem at all, Jamie Sam. My view is that I kind of need to provide my view is I need to be the one providing the entertainment. You guys aren't here to babysit me. I'm here to try and bring some added value. No name. Thank you very much. I don't believe I've seen you hanging around before, but I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that sub. I see what you mean, existential. Or at least in terms of chat, I don't think I've seen you around here yet. But thank you for that. I appreciate that a lot because I actually saw my my sub numbers get cut in half over the past month. So you're helping me rebuild. Thank you very much. Feel free to speak up in chat so I can thank you personally. But yeah, so Existential Entomologist, the way that hacking minigame works is it'll show you an image, and ostensibly it's text, but what you're really looking for is the pattern of code and color. And what you need to do is you need to... The first priority is you need to match the color, or like the code color combination, or the pattern in the colors. But the trick about that one is that there are some trap squares. So what you're doing is you're moving between fragments of code and you can't step on sort of the red X ones. That's why I failed that one so quickly, because I sort of wasn't paying close enough attention, and I moved the cursor onto one of the areas that I can't go on. So essentially it's a matching game just like all the other hacking games, but that one has a particular trick in the fact that you can't just move your cursor wherever you want. If you do that, you wind up kicking yourself out. And how you doing, Mr. Pones? Does anybody know where the quote from the title comes from? No problem at all. And yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have finished the thought to Jamie Sam. I love it when people are active in chat. I like being able to talk with people about games. I even like being able to talk about things that aren't necessarily directly related to the game, because obviously, especially games like Mass Effect are about ideas that are maybe beyond... they're maybe beyond... Oh. they're maybe about ideas that aren't directly dealt with in the game. So like, obviously Mass Effect 2 has aliens as a subject, but it's clearly not just a movie, or not just a game about aliens. A lot of the characters and a lot of the ideas emerging from it are ones that are potentially relevant to us today. So, it's always fun to be able to interact with chat, but I've never felt it a requirement, because obviously if you're broadcasting, you need to... if you're broadcasting, you sort of need to be able to bring something yourself. I don't think people are here just to see how the story of Mass Effect 2 turns out, although it's a very good story, I'll mention, if you haven't seen it before. So, well done, Mr. Bones. Johnny Big Time, my favorite caster on Twitch, coming in with a 10-year sub. Thank you, guys. This is a really wonderful way to start the stream. I know it sounds extremely self-serving to talk about. It's like, oh, I'm getting money, you know, it's all wonderful. But no, it does mean a lot, guys. You work for that money, you give up some of your time, and to have any amount recognized in the form of a sub and a donation, even simply hanging out and being a pleasure in chat, or just giving me that concurrent view, all of these things take your time. However you you make that sort of that offering of your time does really mean a lot to me. So especially when I'm never quite sure if I start late, if there's going to be sort of a, you know, people around or something like that. It really does mean a lot, and thank you for that. Did I say 10 years? 10 months, sorry. For those of you who don't know Johnny Big Time, and now is as good a time as any to get this shout out of the way. Johnny Big Time, the reason I say he's my favorite streamer on Twitch is not because of the subbing, although that is a fantastic motivator for me saying nice things about people. But Johnny has got a tremendous sense of humor. It's a larger-than-life personality. He, I swear, cannot have a bad cast. Even the casts where he gets frustrated are ones that are a ton of fun to watch. He's just got a quick wit. He's got a great ability to sort of find fun in games. And whether that's sort of like poking fun at some of the silly things that games do, or if it's having a laugh at something that happens inside the game, he's just got a tremendously positive attitude. He's got a great charisma, which is always on display whenever he's live. And more importantly, he's really friendly. Off cast, you know, he's given a lot of time. He has to deal with me sending him like 101 Discord messages a day. And he deals with it with a lot of grace, and he's really, this is one of the really sad facts about me, is that I love playing games, but I've always found it very difficult to find people to play games with. And that could be board games, that could be video games. It's always been something that's been a challenge. And I can say, I think Johnny's probably the person I've most consistently done games with. So the reason why I like talking about some of these qualities other than just his casting ability, and I will go through this door, but I want to take the time to properly shout out Johnny. One of the things that motivates me to talk about his personal qualities, as well as sort of the entertainment factor, is the fact that, like, in my view, unless they are a broadcaster dedicated to a particular skill, so say speedrunning, or, you know, they're a professional Dota player or something like that, the reason you watch them is because of the personality, right? The added value is their ability to bring something new to the game that they're playing. And Johnny, in addition to just being very good at the games that he plays, seems to just have this preternatural ability to find great angles on games, or just that way to sort of communicate himself through the games that he plays. I wish I could do it as well as he does, because he's able to keep the action going and he's able to keep it fun the whole time. So he's a strong recommendation that I can give for you, but especially a lot of these personal qualities, like, the added value of Johnny is like, I don't know him too well off cast, but like I genuinely believe he's about as entertaining in person when he's not broadcasting as he is you know, when he's live. So if you haven't checked him out, please do give him some of your time. He's really a great guy to watch. And again, it's always nice to be able to shout out pleasant people. Oh man. Oh crap, I forgot. Yeah. You know, it's always a pleasure to be able to say, you know, this guy is very entertaining, and by the way, they're a stand-up guy as well.
Company, get out here, now!
You're human. What are you doing out here? You lead them right here.
You had to hear them trying to get in. Seems like it's hard to hide from the collectors.
Those things are collectors? You mean, they're real? I thought they were just made up, you know, propaganda to keep us in Alliance space. No, they got Lilith. I saw her go down. Sten, too. They got damn near everybody.
What's your name? What do you do here?
Name's Delan. Mechanic. I came down to check on the main grid after we lost our comm signals. And I heard screaming. I looked outside and there was swarms of bugs. Everyone they touched just froze. I sealed the doors. Damn it, it's the Alliance's fault. They stationed that Chief Williams here and built those defense towers. It made us a target.
Tell me more about this Alliance rep.
Chief Williams? Heard she was some kind of hero or something. Didn't mean nothing to me, though. Would rather she just stayed back in Council space.
Any idea what she was doing on Horizon?
Supposed to be helping us get the defense towers up and running. I got the feeling she was here for something else. Spying on us, maybe.
Tell me about the colony defense towers.
A gift from the Alliance. High-powered Guardian lasers. Supposed to keep hostile ships from landing near the colony. Had to build a massive underground generator just to give it enough juice. Only we couldn't get the targeting systems online. So the Alliance gave us a giant gun that couldn't shoot straight. Stupid sons of bitches.
Why do you think this is the Alliance's fault?
We're just a small colony. Nobody bothered us before we started building those damn defense towers and drew attention to ourselves. I left Council space to get away from the Alliance. Nothing good ever comes from getting mixed up with them.
The Collectors are targeting remote colonies. The Alliance was trying to help.
I don't need their help. Too many strings attached. That rep said she was just here to get the towers online, but mark my words, there's more to it.
If you have defenses, we can use them against the Collector ship.
You'd need to calibrate the targeting system first. It's never worked right.
One of us should be able to figure it out. We just need the location.
Head for the main transmitter on the other side of the colony. Pretty hard to miss. The targeting controls are at the base.
You know this colony and the equipment. You better come with us.
Not a chance in hell.
You'd probably just get in the way.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I'll let you out, but I'm locking the door behind you.
Pretty
I'm
rapid
not taking
about
any
face.
chances. Good luck. I think you're gonna need it.
But yeah, it's always a pleasure to shout out Johnny Big Time, just because he is definitely a great example of the kind of stream that I would like to see. Precise and lethal, this focused radiation weapon is very effective against shields, barriers, and armor. The amount of energy required to create a destructive beam is several orders of magnitude more than the amount needed. You know what? I'll go with it. We'll see how it works. But yeah, it is. Johnny is definitely a great example of the sort of person I would like to see on Twitch more often. Just a genuinely good-natured, very positive, very entertaining broadcaster. And in many ways, I would argue, and this is not a negative thing, like is very, very different from my cast in most respects. But in purely positive ways. Like, it's one of these cases where, you know, variety is a benefit. Didn't want to go for the heavy, but there you have it.
Assuming control.
This should slow him down.
You know what? It's about time we started using them. Ooh, dubstep gun. Ego Akaran, how you doing? Good to see you as always. I'm slightly disappointed I didn't do more Hellblade, just because obviously I really enjoyed that game, but I figured it'd be nice to... I'm trying to get a little bit of momentum going for some of my existing games, because there's going to be some... I really like that laser, by the way. I will admit, there's going to be some reasonably big things happening next week, and it's occurred to me how little time I have in this month to get through everything that I wanted. So, does anybody, actually out of curiosity, because I know some of you are big fans of the cast, and have been around for a while, can anybody think about some of the stuff that's going to be coming up in the coming week? It's not a loyalty check so much as I'm just kind of curious about whether or not people are excited for the same things I am. Kind of drunk, just got home. It's not a bad way to be on a Friday. Oh, actually, so okay, this isn't the thing that's coming up next. While you guys are thinking about potential big events, so one thing that's happening next week, which is not for me, but is a bit of Canadian. Sorry, what are we excited? Well, that's just it. This is speculation at the moment. I haven't said some of the things we should be excited for, but there's a couple of big things that are happening next week. In Canada, and I don't care at all about this. I actually rather wish we'd stop talking about it, if I'm perfectly honest. I feel like I missed something back in that hallway, but I might just be getting paranoid. On the 17th, a certain law comes into effect in Canada which legalizes the sale and consumption of cannabis. So I will very possibly be the only sober Canadian streamer on the 17th. But that is not the reason. So on Tuesday, on the 16th, the Dancer DLC for Cultist Simulator comes out.
Interesting.
Which I'm really looking forward to. I've actually avoided playing any of the Gate of Horn branch so that I can sort of go in blind. And there may be some special streaming events that happen.
Surprised we haven't run across more frozen colonists.
Probably loaded onto the collector ship by now. We should hurry.
Yeah, but there's no consequence if I don't hurry, so shut up, Garrus. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Dancer DLC, and there will probably be a couple of special things that that come up. I'm not actually 100% sure how much I should be sort of discussing or announcing, but I got a couple of things up my sleeve which I think you guys will enjoy. Oh, that's wonderful to hear, existential entomologist. So yeah, one thing I can say about Cultist Simulator is that I've not been doing it on the usual Wednesdays, simply because I had been, so, you know, it's worth keeping in mind here, I had been streaming that game fairly regularly all throughout its sort of, its beta period, basically. In fact, I streamed the early alpha. So one of the things I wanted to do after I got a victory on stream, I'd gotten one off cast before, but that doesn't count. But one of the things I wanted to do was to give myself some time away from it, because it's worth remembering, like, the game's only been out for so long, but take that time and double it, and that's basically how long I'd been streaming it for. So I wanted to just specifically have some time away from broadcasting it so that I could come in fresh on a DLC. But that waiting period's there now. I think it's one of the reasons why the following numbers have been going down, is because people kind of think I've abandoned that game and that's what they originally came for. But I can definitely tell you with the release of that DLC, I'll be returning to a regular Cultist Simulator day. Now that doesn't mean that Mass Effect's going away. In fact, the challenge that I'm running into now is I've got so many games on the go. You know, there's XCOM, there's Frozen Synapse 2, there's Hellblade, there's Mass Effect. That obviously adding Cultist Simulator to the lineup is going to put some pressure on me in terms of just getting everything done. But I don't think anybody has ever complained about having too many... Oh. Big fight music. Ah, alright. Laser beam!
My shield!
Yeah, long story short, return to Cultist Simulator, and a bunch of fun stuff. And then, of course, the important thing is once I get through all the stuff that I'm doing now, I get to start doing some of these projects I've been sitting on and waiting for, and sort of waiting for my existing work to sort of finish with. So. That's wonderful to hear, Jamie Sam. Yeah, I know a lot of people... See, the real shame about what happened with me was that because I was very familiar with Cultist Simulator, when the game finally came out, you know, I got my victory in the game. And it's not that I didn't do it for a while, but it's just that what I think most people's experience of Cultist Simulator, you know, right around the time they were getting into it, was right around the time that I sort of stopped because, of course, for me, you know, it was the culmination of several months of streaming the game. So I know that's kind of a case where I think my expectations for the game were different from what I think people who wanted to watch me play the game, you know, there was just this misalignment of expectations. So that's one of the reasons why I put it on ice, was so I could come back to it a little bit more fresh. I think one of the ways I'll handle it a bit later is I might start doing some of the beta branches in future as well. So yeah, I've never tried it before, and I don't feel so I don't have any particular feelings about people who do, but I've never personally felt any real reason to try it. I don't even really drink that much, Ego Akaran, and it's not for any, you know, moral or even really health reasons. I do drink occasionally. I've got actually quite a bit of whiskey here. I enjoy it, but it's just not a, you know, it's just never really registered for me. It's you know, I like video games. You know, I enjoy a tasty hamburger. You know, probably sit more than I do, but I like walks. I like water. You know, just I have a, you know, set of stuff that I enjoy that that led me to be a square. And it's funny too, because I'll before I do this, I'm a little reluctant to start this hacking just because I know if I talk, I get screwed in this. But I did an application for the Canadian Armed Forces, and I'd worked in the movies before I did this application. So the doctor is, any controlled substances, marijuana or whatever. And like I lived in Vancouver, BC is sort of notorious for its its crop. So I'm like, no, I've never tried it. And then he's like, you worked in movies. I'm like, yeah, I know, never did it. It's like, whatever, they'll find it in the drug test. And I'm like, I can't win. It's like the one person did it. And yeah, I'm in the same boat, existential entomologist. Like personally, I think parents are going to be worried about kids, kids within the age, trying those substances. But the big thing is that there's a difference between like fearing the health consequences of that, of that substance, compared to the fear of whatever the consequences will be of trying it, and then add on top of it the risk of a criminal record, because that will potentially stop you from getting an apartment or a certain job or something along those lines. So I don't know, I just think that I don't even need to give a particularly libertarian argument for it. I just happen to think that the existing law sort of maximized misery in a very unproductive and maybe unevenly enforced way, and that this new system that we'll be implementing will probably not be perfect to begin with, but I think is generally a little more conducive to social welfare. So, all right, so these two match. Where are we going now? I'm looking for something that looks like this. There we go. You get multiple attempts if... Oh, that's not the one. I'm running out of time. There we go. You get multiple attempts if you get something wrong.
Normandy, do you copy?
Joker here. Signal's weak, Commander, but we got you.
But yeah, so you get multiple attempts if you pick wrong, but if you go into one of the trap squares, you lose. So,
Edie, can you get the colony's defense towers online?
Errors in the calibration software are easily rectified, but it will take time to bring the towers to full power. I recommend a defensive posture. I will not be able to mask the increased generator output.
Great. We play piggy in the middle while she sorts out the batteries. Got any other helpful tips?
Just one. Enemy reinforcements are closing in. I suggest you ready weapons.
I like that.
I can take...
Doing direct control. The forces of the universe bend to me.
Taking heavy fire!
Get behind cover, damn it! I don't know what was going on there, but I couldn't jump behind cover. But yeah, I agree with you, existential entomologist. I mean, one of the big challenges in Canada is going to be what they do with existing criminal records. But not a problem, Jamie Sam. I hope everything's okay. Looking forward to seeing you again. But have a wonderful evening if I don't get a chance to see you before then.
Concussive shot ready.
But yeah, one.
Not stop me.
Hello,
one of the challenges Canada is going to wind up facing is what to happen with people who have criminal records, because of course in one sense they were breaking the laws at the time, but one of the reasons why we got rid of the law is that we felt that sort of the penalties imposed. I don't think I'm going to be able to get behind that barrier. Damn it.
My attacks will tear you apart.
I really thought that was going to get him. Okay, that aim is definitely off. Yeah, so in the case of Canada, there's been no commitment made to people with existing criminal records, but I think the expectation is that they're going to that they're probably going to expunge them.
Sequential power-up initiated. Guardian anti-ship batteries at 40%.
Reinforcements. It's nice to be noticed.
Yeah, I mean, Ego, to give you an example, like, I can think of a couple of people who just, I can give you a very clear comparison in terms of like what they were like before and after they became sort of very heavy user of cannabis, and like the
forces of the universe bend to me.
They pretty much, lost any ambition. They stopped being, stopped being.
If I must tell you, Hard Shepherd, I will. If I must tear you apart, Shepherd, I will.
Guardian anti-ship batteries at 60%. Seeking targeting protocols to Normandy systems. Continue to protect the tower.
But like essentially lost any ambition, lost any work ethic, and like essentially are like they are the dude from The Big Lebowski, except they are not nearly as charming or productive. And then the other sort of heavy user I know is somebody who got a Gates scholarship to Cambridge, worked for NASA, and works for Google. So there's just no, like, as with anything, you can't paint with a broad brush. But I do feel to a certain extent that it should be the individual's decision. Like, I don't see...
Firing a high-impact shot.
Batteries at 100%. I have control.
All right, well, so much for that. But yeah, so like most things in life, chances are if you paint with a broad brush, you don't really get to any useful conclusion. And if you sort of consider individual circumstances, you tend to get a little bit closer to the truth. So. And I mean, this is true of alcohol, this is true of gambling, this is true of pretty much anything.
They took most of the colonists. No! Don't let him get away!
There's nothing we can do. They're gone.
Half the colony's in there. They took Egan and Sam and Lilith. Do something!
I didn't want it to end this way. I did what I could.
More than most, Shepard.
Shepard? Wait. I know that name. Sure, I remember you. You're some type of big Alliance hero.
Commander Shepard, Captain of the Normandy, the first human Spectre, savior of the Citadel. You're in the presence of a god, Delan, back from the dead.
All the good people we lost and you get left behind. Figures. Screw this. I'm done with you Alliance types.
I thought you were dead, Commander. We all did.
It's been too long,
I really like
Ash.
that music cue.
How have you been?
That's it? You show up after 2 years and act like nothing's happened? I would have followed you anywhere, Commander. I thought you were gone. You were more than our commander. Why didn't you try to contact me? Why didn't you let me know you were alive?
I was out for 2 years. You've moved on with your career and your life. Why reopen old wounds?
I moved on. But here you are, pulling me back in. And now we've got reports about you and Cerberus.
Reports? You mean you already knew?
Alliance intel said Cerberus could be behind our missing colonies. We got a tip that this one could be the next to get hit. I went to Anderson, but he wouldn't talk. But there were rumors that you weren't dead. Worse, that you were working for the enemy.
Our colonies are disappearing. The Alliance turned its back on them. Cerberus is the only group willing to do something about it.
Bullshit. I know what Cerberus is like. They talk about putting humans first, but at what cost? I wanted to believe that you were alive. I just never expected anything like this. You've turned your back on everything we stood for.
Ash, you know me. You know I'd only do this for the right reason. You saw it yourself. The Collectors are targeting human colonies, and they're working with the Reapers.
I'd like to believe you, Shepard, but I don't trust Cerberus. And it worries me that you do. What did they do to you? What if they're behind it? What if they're the ones working with the Collectors?
Damn it, Williams. You're so focused on Cerberus that you're ignoring the real threat.
You're letting how you feel about their history get in the way of the facts.
Or maybe you feel like you owe Cerberus because they saved you. Maybe it's you. Doesn't matter. I still know where my loyalties lie. I'm an Alliance soldier. It's in my blood. I'm reporting back to the Citadel. I'll let them decide if they believe your story.
I could use someone like you in my crew, Ash. It'll be just like old times.
No, it won't. I'm no fan of aliens, but Cerberus has a history of being extremist. I'll never work for a group like that. So long, Commander. Good luck.
So, obviously I never played the first game before, and...
Joker, send the shuttle to pick us up. I've had enough of this colony.
I'm definitely realizing how much more you get out of this game if you have played the original one. It's a very obvious thing to say, I realize, but like this game is already very enjoyable, but like I am fascinated by this game all over again, having played the first game and continuing the save. But with that in mind, I apologize, Ego. The cutscene came up at exactly the time that you obviously shared something personal. Clearly, I'm very glad that you're still around here, and I appreciate you sharing that, because obviously, like in Canada, we're having a lot of discussion, and because it's a political matter, you tend to hear two parties kind of go on about what's quote-unquote good for Canadians. But, you know, I do think there is a value. Whenever I do economic research, I've always done my best to try and go away from sort of aggregate numbers. Now, eventually you need to put them into something like that. Like if you're doing a regression, clearly what you're getting is sort of an average treatment effect or something like that. But I've always found where I can, going as close as you can to the individual. And even if you can't do that, like if you're something that's normally measured nationally, if you can maybe get it provincially, or if you're in the States, maybe statewide, you tend to learn a little bit more. You get to see the divisions between individuals. Another great example would be, let's say I took something like Steam Spy, and I said, okay, I want to figure out what's happening with gamers. Well, we all know that there's not one type of gamer that I'll be able to sort of come up with an average, and I'll sort of say it's a quote-unquote representative gamer. But clearly, people have preferences. People who play first-person shooters are going to have certain tendencies to maybe play a particular game more than others. You know, do strategy or first-person shooter gamers play more games within the genre, or do they focus on only one title? You know, if somebody likes playing indie games, do they do it because of the price? Do they do it because of the type of game? Do they, you know, if it's because of the type of game, do they go across different genres, or is there such a thing as sort of like indie strategy? A great example of sort of indie strategy would be, you've got ones like Off-World Trading Company, and then you have something like Crusader Kings. Now, both of these are strategy games. I mean, Crusader Kings is debatably, you know, indie, but there's a couple of games that are sort of the same mold, which are definitely indie. Now, yeah, we call these people strategy gamers, but these are two very different games, and there's no guarantee that if you like Off-World Trading Company, you're necessarily going to like Crusader Kings too. So to be able to come up with these distinctions, and to be able to make meaningful divisions between groups, and to be able to analyze those differences is a lot better. And likewise, you know, when Ego, so it's all well and good for me to talk about a policy change in Canada that's coming up next week in terms of the, you know, an individual's ability to consume a particular substance. But that's a very abstract conversation. One of the reasons why a lot of the media coverage is so disappointing is because people are sort of talking in these very grand statements but it means a lot more when you talk about an individual's experience and when you sort of have a story to draw from. And I mean, in my own case, I've not personally experienced it, but because, I have a fairly broad sort of social network, I can, I at least have a few cases of people that I've known. So that's why I like it when people share stuff like that in chat. It's personal, so I know not everybody is comfortable with sharing that sort of thing, but I always appreciate it because I think there's a lot of benefit in terms of people seeing a different side of things. And it makes things worthwhile. Collectors escape from with approximately 1/3 of Horizon's population. Front Corporation with funnel supplies monetary aid to colonial survivors. Collector leader Harbinger demonstrates a personal interest in Shepard. Unclear whether his ability to possess his minions is cybernetic override, indication of hive mind among collectors, or even Reaper technology at work. Salvage teams captured collector bodies for study. We gain the collector particle beam, which we already read. Biotic damage. Credits, 30,000 from Cerberus and 27,000 from the colony. 2,000 platinum. And that's all she wrote.
Shepard, good work on Horizon. Hopefully the Collectors will think twice before attacking another colony.
It's not a victory. We interrupted the Collectors, but they still abducted half the colony.
That's better than an entire colony, and more than we've accomplished since the abductions began. The Collectors will be more careful now, but I think we can find another way to lure them in.
I wondered if you had something to do with that attack. Ash said the Alliance got a tip about me and Cerberus.
I released a few carefully disguised rumors that you might be alive and working for Cerberus.
I see. What were you trying to prove?
I suspected the Collectors were looking for you or people connected to you. Now I know for certain. It was a risk, but I couldn't just wait for them to take another colony. You understand?
I want his shirt.
We have to make sure they don't abduct anyone else.
I want the Collectors stopped for that very reason. That's why we're doing this, Shepard. I'm devoting all resources to finding a way through the Omega-4 relay. We have to hit them where they live. Your team will need to be strong, as will their resolve. There's no looking back. The same goes for you. Can I assume you've put your past relationships behind you?
None of your damn business.
If it affects the mission, better you should leave it behind. Shepard, once you find a way through the Omega-4 relay to the Collector homeworld, there's no guarantee you'll return. To have any hope of surviving, you and your entire team must be fully committed to this.
Let me worry about them. You just find us a way to the Collector homeworld.
I just want to be upfront about your odds. You'll need everyone at their best. I've forwarded 3 more dossiers. Keep building your team while I find a way through the relay. And be careful, Shepard. The Collectors will be watching you.
I've always loved the art direction of the Elusive Man's office.
I guess we're really gonna do it. Hit the Omega-4 relay. Take the fight to the Collectors in person. Looking forward to the action. After seeing what those bastards did on Horizon, though, makes you think.
They're powerful, but we've got a few tricks for them. If anyone can stop them, we can.
No argument there, Commander. Horizon just made it hit home. What we're doing, what we're up against. Gonna go take care of a little unfinished business. I imagine everyone else is too. Getting some closure, you know?
Actually, so I never quite realized this before, but it's a pretty clear sort of break point on this one in terms of basically in terms of sort of unlocking further stories for people. So rather than being between every mission, you get these
Shepard, the tank you recovered from Corliss indicates stable Krogan life signs inside. It is in the cargo bay should you wish to investigate.
No name, thank you very much. And thank you very much for that sub earlier. So I believe the G-Men came before Mass Effect, Existential Entomologist. What was I going to say? Yes, yeah, Half-Life would be first. I'm sorry, I totally...
Come here too often?
I was going to move away from Joker so I can say it. But yeah, I didn't really appreciate this the first time that I played the game, but I think it goes, you know, even if you're doing side missions or something like that, I don't think you get a lot of progress in terms of the characters' biographies. But that dialogue with the Elusive Man in terms of saying, you know, you need your team 100%, I think starts unlocking the main loyalty missions and such. And that's how it goes through. It's a structure I sort of like and I didn't appreciate. Which I think is in the middle of something earlier, so you didn't reply. No, not a problem at all, No Name. As I sort of say before, it's sort of my job to babble on and you know, just provide what passes for entertainment around these parts. But obviously, when somebody does a big commitment, like you know, like a subscription or bits or something like that, I definitely want to take the time to make sure that you know, that I recognize it. So, you know, obviously, if you're more comfortable lurking or you don't want to be too active in chat, you know, it's your dime. You can do it however you want. But clearly, I mean, it's worth mentioning. Like, maybe in the benefit, because we're in a little bit of a lull for the game, it's maybe worth mentioning some of the reasons why I set up the stream the way that I do. So I don't have a cam. I mean, I am a little cautious in terms of my appearance. It's not necessarily that, like, I used to be very shy. That's not really true anymore. But then I also don't necessarily think I enhance a broadcast by being on it. But people do like the sound of my voice, and so obviously if I can do more to draw attention to the thing, like, so, you know, I'm pretty average in terms of appearance. I'm not entirely sure anybody would be really shocked if they saw what I looked like. But obviously most people tend to comment a lot about the voice, and so one of the things that I can do to sort of enhance that feature is to draw as much attention as possible to it, and that means to communicate primarily through my voice instead of my facial expressions. But that also has a secondary function, which is that the focus really gets to be on the game. And so one of the things that forces for me is the fact that one of the things that it forces for me is, you know, if I'm going to say, okay, this is primarily about the game, I'm not going to have a lot of obstructions, I need to ask myself, what kind of alerts do I want to put up? Do I want to have follow alerts? Do I want to have subscription alerts? Do I want to put bits? Obviously, bits came up a little bit later. And I debated for a really long time of not including them because they do technically become interruptions on the into the broadcast. But on the other hand, it occurred to me that not everybody wants to participate in the channel in terms of chat. And so a few sort of minor events that happen over the course of a broadcast in terms of follows or subs or bits or something along those lines, I don't really think it's the worst thing that can happen. And it occurred to me that that's really a way that some people get to participate in the broadcast when they don't necessarily want to be active in chat. So if you're ever curious about how I divide those kinds of decisions, that's what it comes down to. And hello, Sean Bean. It's great to see you. You can imagine the Bill Nye of gaming moniker influences certain expectations. I don't know if I've heard it. I've heard that before. It's actually you're going way back now in terms of references. So thank you for that. Yeah, it's one of the things I have actually felt bad about is I sometimes feel like I've dropped a little bit in terms of covering some of the academic topics. So if you guys actually have academic topics you'd like me to cover on the stream, obviously things that I know about, don't feel bad about prodding me towards that. So I'm average looking, that means you're better looking than most streamers with a cam. Maybe ego. I mean, it's not for me to say that kind of stuff. I've got some people who've been very complimentary about it, but this is it, right? Like, obviously, I benefit from playing to my strengths. It's kind of like, so I'm not huge on the franchise Five Guys, but Five Guys doesn't sell milkshakes, And they very specifically said, because they are known for their burgers, you know, if you do one thing really well and you're known for it, why put something mediocre on? So their view is, because they can't do the best shakes, they're not going to put shakes on there. Now, I don't know if that works really well for most businesses, but in my own case, obviously playing to my strength in terms of audio quality and the fact that it allows me to do things that don't distract from the game, I think that works rather well. Hey, no problem. Hey, how you doing, the Eyes of Sin? Great to see you.
Hey, Commander. It's pretty crazy the people you can run into out here, huh? I mean, it was probably a setup or something, but it was still good to see Ash, Operations Chief Williams, wasn't it?
My cursor's going a little weird. There we go.
She moved on. I can't blame her.
She was frontline with you blowing up half the Citadel, and I'm the one who gets roped back into saving the galaxy? But did somebody switch our files?
You're the force that pulls it all together, Joker.
Yeah, it sucks, I'll give you that.
What do you think about the people we're picking up?
Well, about the ones you went out with last. Well, it seems like Garrus has finally worked that stick out of his butt, but now he's trying to beat guys to death with it. I can't believe I like the old Garrus better. I'm not saying anything about Jack, I'm not stupid. It's just my opinion, though. There's really no need to go spread.
Yeah, no problem, Existential Entomologist. Thank you for keeping the lurk along. I hope you have a good time with your family. And yeah, I'm sorry. I know you're not feeling 100% as well, Sin. So it's very nice of you that you're making some soup for your comrades.
I assume everything's going well up here.
You as well,
Existential.
Existential.
Fire me over a joke. Okay, I said I'd flash the AI core, but I was kidding. And we'd only lose a few systems. Nosy ones.
To clarify, human resources adjustments are not actually under my authority.
Then why? Why are you always picking on me?
My replies were intended to provoke, though not to cause distress. Your reactions are atypical of most humans. You are interesting.
Edie, were you intentionally egging him on? What part of your programming covers that?
Nothing in the restrictions imposed upon me forbids active observation techniques. Mr. Moreau's performance actually improved under duress.
I figured becoming overlords would be so annoying. I'm done.
That's it for now.
See you, Commander.
I don't remember some of this dialogue with Edie and Joker. I actually like it a lot. All right. Eyes of Sin. Actually, we'll do some consensus on this, but because Eyes of Sin is feeling a little under the weather, how do you feel about some codex reading, or should I be doing more dialogue? I'm going to do the dialogue anyway, but and I'm definitely going to do a Krogan for Johnny. But how do you guys feel about me reading some codices as well as the main ones which are read to me?
Commander, sorry I'm a little unfocused. Personal matter. It won't affect my duties.
Always have time for my crew. What is it?
As I said, it's a personal matter. I don't want to waste our time if it turns out to be a goose chase. But... well, I got pinged by a ghost the other night. Family.
I'm listening.
My private log got an update about the Hugo Gernsback, the ship my father served on. It sent an SOS last week, reporting a crash and requesting a rescue. Shepard, that ship went missing 10 years ago. I hadn't talked to my father for 3 years before that. I've buried everything but a body. I'm not convinced it isn't just some automated distress signal ticking over. It's been too long.
I'd think you'd be more excited that your father might be alive.
He wasn't around enough for me to have bad memories. It's an old, well-healed wound. But if he's actually alive and needs help, I also want to note that it's not normal procedure for distress calls to be routed to the Normandy. This was passed to my personal log through Cerberus filters.
Any signs that this is a Cerberus front? Who passed this to you?
I doubt the elusive man would let a direct operations stake hold this long. If there's a link, it's probably just about money. Cerberus needs diverse holdings to fund projects like, well, you. And whoever sent this my way covered their tracks. Someone could be fishing for favors, or thought it would get under my skin. Who knows with that bunch?
You didn't get along with your father?
He made no apologies, I'll give him that. You make a mistake, you own up to it. Even if you keep making it. Whatever problems we had were a lifetime ago. I've had 10 years to get to where I am. And as far as I know, he's still a ghost.
I really do like some of the framing here in terms of just the two people at sort of the end of the table, especially because I'm wondering if they make the decision to have the characters in closer so this is interesting, right? When you first start with Jacob, you're talking, he's against the wall, you're against the table. Now you're at both ends of the table, and I'm wondering if you complete the loyalty mission, if they wind up closing the proximity again.
Tell me about the Hugo Gernsback and what it was doing.
Privately held frigate. I looked over the mission brief when it disappeared. Nothing stood out. Typical research and grab operation. Find an uncharted planet, stake a claim, and establish as large a presence as you can as fast as possible to shut out competitors.
I think we can spare the time. Pass the coordinates to Joker.
I appreciate that, Commander. I don't expect more than dusty old bones, but it'll be good to close the record. I hope we can clear up what's going on with the Gernsback, Commander. Doubt my father's alive after all this time. Was there anything else? Just eager to get going.
I'm more interested in just talking for a bit.
Already? I'm not big on forcing these talks.
Damn it, Jacob! It's been like 3 missions!
We'll talk later.
Commander.
Yeah, so in terms of the proximity, that's back to what it used to be. I'll do the codices after I chat with Mordrin. While we're at it, let's take a quick peek at some research we can do. Through intensive training, Shepard can learn to use a single bonus power, obtaining now Krogan Vitality. Yes. Requires 1 more heavy weapon ammo. No need to reallocate points. More biotic damage is never gonna go wrong. And obviously I like the sniper rifle damage. Can I get more? Ooh, AP sniper rifle. Increases damage by 50% against armor, improves sniper rifles for the entire squad. Increasing the tungsten content of slugs and recalibrating the weapon's computer greatly improves penetration against heavily armored targets. Current exchange rate, 1 loyalty mission equals 1 intimate conversation with Jacob. That's how it works in real life, isn't it? Like, I remember I asked Johnny about his experience at school and whether he liked it and how he got into his job, and he's like, I need you to go to South America and steal an idol for me. And I was like, it's a little much. And he was like, do you want to know about the school or not? And I was like, okay. And
Shepard, how can I help?
there's a reason why I have Indiana Jones as my sub-alert.
Have you got a minute to talk?
Not a good time. Trying to map contamination vectors requires focus. Shipwide infection of human-tailored virus possible if I slip. Anything else?
I'll let you work.
We'll be here if you need me.
What was that about a virus? Hey, Mordred. Boo! You had to dispose a mysterious black bag of trash for... You know, Johnny is...
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Johnny is a pretty nice person. Almost too nice. I think it's possible out of everybody in chat that he would be the one person who could maybe commit a murder. And more importantly, who could commit a murder and would get away with it.
I saw the reports on Horizon, Commander. What you did was amazing.
I know it
the
was.
report mentioned that Ashley Williams was there. How did that go?
We've been through a lot. I wish we could have had more time together.
I understand. Anyway, how may I help you, Commander?
Is there anything I should know?
You have unread messages at your private terminal. Operative Lawson would like to see you at her station on the crew deck. Anything else, Commander?
Do you have a moment to talk?
I always have time for you, Commander.
How do you feel about being assigned to the Normandy?
I was handpicked by the Elusive Man to help fight the greatest threat known to humanity. How do I feel? Honored, exhilarated, terrified. But mostly I feel encouraged. Under your leadership, we can't fail.
Don't worry. We'll defeat the Collectors.
I trust you implicitly. The moment I met you, I knew I could close my eyes, fall back, and you'd be there.
Your trust is well placed, Kelly.
I knew it would be. Thank you, Shepard. Anything else you'd like to talk about?
I better go.
Okay. Maybe we'll talk later.
Alright, unread messages. Can you help? From Robin Reeve. Commander, the Alliance soldier here gave me this contact information. I hope it reaches you. You said you were trying to stop those collectors. They took my son and my brother. Have you found them? Do you know where they are? I know you're looking, but so many people are gone. Every family lost someone. The children are the worst. Empty desks at the schools. Winter clothes that never got worn. Please, the Alliance isn't doing anything. The Council isn't doing anything. If you find our people, I'm begging you to do something. Tell me something I can do. Tell me anything. Robin Reeve. Thank you again from Martin Burns. Commander Shepard, Udinus said this would reach you. I wanted you to know that I haven't forgotten what you did for me that day those crazy biotics took me hostage. You talked them down and got me off that ship alive. I won't lie to you, I took this job for the pull and the power. I saw the biotics issue as a stepping stone, something good to put me on my resume, and I was wrong. We all serve humanity in our own way. I don't know what you're doing, but I'm going to see to it that humanity reaches its potential with a minimum of bloodshed. I'm getting these letters of thanks from Level 2 biotics who just received their reparations. Those letters should really be coming to you. I just thought you should know that. Good luck. I've taken some political heat, but I don't know if I don't know that any offer to help you would ever be useful. But if you need me, I won't let you down. Martin Burns, Chairman, Subcommittee for Transhuman Studies. That's really cool, because I believe that was a Mass Effect 1 mission, if I'm not, unless I'm completely going nuts. So. I always thought that people were supposed to taste more like pork. Okay, clearly we need to get rid of the Cerberus logos. Damn it! It's a little workman. Jesus! Let's go for something with a little less shine. So either number 2... This is probably the best. God, so many colors. I do kind of prefer the... Yeah, it's too dark. I do kind of prefer the default. I mean, maybe some trim. Red wouldn't be terrible. Neither would white. Yeah, it's a bit much. I really do like this song. I know it's repeating, but... I also need to get some fishies. Okay, we're good for number 2, so let's go to crew quarters. Oh right, I said I was going to do some codices. So,
in the early 2160s, hovering tanks resembling a cross between an octopus and a giant crab, Praetorians are well-armored killing machines of mysterious origin. Praetorians employ redundant systems from the multiple humans encased within them. Armed with eye-mounted particle beams and capable of attacks at close range, they teleport to evade attack while regenerating their shields. Within hours after death, the organic components of Praetorian corpses disintegrate into a denatured pus, while their mechanisms turn to ash. One specimen, autopsied within minutes of death, reveals a clue. Nanomachines may disintegrate the Praetorians' organic and mechanical components before self-destructing. If correct, this self-rendering hypothesis could account for 3 documents.
Oh, damn it.
The Krogan evolved hovering tanks resembling a cross between an octopus and a giant crab. Praetorians are well armored.
If correct, the self-rendering hypothesis could account for the 3 documented cases of dead Praetorians apparently releasing or becoming clouds of neurotoxic gases, causing suffocating paralysis and nearly instant death. In one remote facility, 17 soldiers died from gas inhalation while assessing the Praetorian. Any personnel in the vicinity of dead Praetorians are urged to protect themselves with breathing apparatus.
Hovering tank. A political economic pact for collective colonial security. The Alliance is the central galactic institution of human society. The Alliance gained associate membership to the Citadel Council in 2165 and full membership in 2183, with Ambassador David Anderson representing humanity.
Although we picked that in Mass Effect too.
Economic relationships vary between combative and lucrative. The Turians, who'd fought humans during the 2157 First Contact War, have become valuable trade partners, despite residual social hostility. Other relationships are even more complicated. The rapid rise of human political influence on the Council, achieving in decades what others waited or are still waiting centuries to acquire, has galvanized suspicion and resentment against humanity. That negativity is vastly outweighed by the respect and trust humanity earned by saving the Council during the 2183 attack on the Citadel, at the cost of Alliance cruisers Cairo, Cape Town, Emden, Jakarta, Madrid, Seoul, Shenyang, and Warsaw, and their 2,400 crew.
Each, or... so that was a pretty brief one. Let's do organizations.
Immediately following the First Contact War, an anonymous extranet manifesto warned that an alien attempt at human genocide was inevitable. The manifesto called for an army, a Cerberus, to guard against invasion through the Charon Relay. Derided as survivalist rhetoric written by an elusive man, the manifesto and its anonymous author soon fell off the media radar. But in 2165, terrorists stole antimatter from the SSV Geneva. The sole figure arrested named his sponsor Cerberus. Throughout the 2160s and 2170s, alleged Cerberus agents assassinated politicians, sabotaged starships bearing Ezo, and conducted nightmarish experiments on aliens and humans. Denounced as human supremacist, Cerberus calls itself human survivalist. Counter-terror experts speculate Cerberus may have changed leadership with its recent shift to stockpiling ships, agents, and weapons. Whether he, she, or they, the elusive man hides his finances hidden behind shell companies. Few doubt he will kill anyone attempting to expose him. The reclusive tycoon calling himself the elusive man is a human nationalist focused on advancing human interests, whatever the cost to non-humans. The Citadel Council regards him as a fanatic, posing a serious threat to galactic security. A mysterious maverick, to say the least, the elusive man heads the Cerberus network. Dubbed the Elusive Empire by investigators, Cerberus is an allegedly untraceable syndicate of private intelligence agencies, biotics laboratories, engineering and scientific research teams, and lucrative front companies. Branded a terrorist and seditionist organization by authorities, Cerberus is the only human power base other than the Terra Firma Party, strong enough to embarrass, if not threaten, the Council and its human representatives. Founded by notorious Batarian slaver Solum Dulcera, the Blue Suns began as a Skillian Verge protection racket, providing genuine protection from slavers and pirates. Eventually captured by the Systems Alliance Navy, Dulcera beat almost 24 charges to be convicted on a single count of conspiracy. The slaver benefited from the tutelage of cellmate and brilliant con artist Bernard Legit's Ledger. Upon release 5 years later, Dulcera incorporated Blue Suns as a legal security agency.
That's an amazing
Today,
nickname, by the way.
The Blue Suns boast a galaxy-wide force of Batarians, Turians, humans, and Krogan. Each deployment is backed by a logistics corps, selling everything from heavy weapons to shaving cream. Despite claims that Blue Suns sells its captives as slaves, no Blue Suns employee has ever been convicted on such charges. Many Blue Suns members sport the company logo in tattoo form, removed during assignments and reapplied at mission end.
Wouldn't you feel safe getting protection from an organization which advertises none of our people have been convicted of slaving?
Brainchild of Asari Commando Jonas Sideris, Eclipse was incorporated as a proactive security company. Influenced by Asari and Solarian military doctrine, Eclipse specializes in sabotage, assassination, and personal and organizational security. Although Citadel governments regard the corporation with suspicion, it's embraced in the Skillian Verge and Terminus systems. Early on, Sideris sought government contracts to establish market share against the better established Blue Suns. Her agency scored a galactic PR coup by retaking several space stations captured by the Anhur People's Liberation Army and neutralizing its leaders. A victory Eclipse's marketing department never ceases trumpeting. Based on Omega Station, Eclipse controls nearly 20% of the asteroid's real estate. Its services range from mech repair to open warfare, although assassination is reserved for meeting wider, longer-term company goals. For instance, preemptive strikes against pirates, rather than murdering spouses for insurance money. Despite numerous reports, Eclipse denies sabotaging or kidnapping business rivals. Originally a small Terminus Systems Vorcha gang, the Blood Pack was transformed into a legion by visionary Krogan battlemaster Gunnar Rang. Exiled for striking a female in anger, Rang obsessed over reclaiming his lost status. Leading the Vorcha Pack as a pirate crew, Rang cultivated recruits and infamy for a decade before incorporating his fighters as a security company across the Skillian Verge. His notoriety ensured his initial public offering for investors made him rich beyond most Krogan's dreams. Rang returned triumphantly to his clan, rallying elders, Krogan hordes, and their firepower and biotic support toward professional violence in the Terminus systems. Banned from Citadel space, the Blood Pack bribes its way through spaceports into armed conflicts across the galaxy. Priding themselves for accepting otherwise untouchable contracts, the Blood Pack rejects bodyguarding and security in favor of cases requiring minimal oversight and maximal violence.
Krogan barbarians, if you ask me. All right. As is usually the case, I do one batch of the red ones, and then I do the reading for the other ones. And looks like we're just going to do the non-council ratings races. Cerberus xenobiologists believed until recently that the collectors were coordinated by a biologically active caste, similar to other insectoid alien species. New evidence suggests that the collectors have a singular commander, a so-called collector general, that has never been seen on the battlefield. Instead, it selects its minions as remote platforms for its consciousness, in a process that has been likened to a biological hack or cybernetic version of demonic possession. The Collector General can send a secure signal to any one of its minions, smoothly take control of their motor functions, and awaken the previously dormant biotic potential. In a matter of seconds, even the lowliest Collector drone can be upgraded to a battle-hardened biotic commander. If the Collector dies, the General can simply activate and control another body. Post-mortem analysis reveals that this command signal relies on cybernetic implants directly installed in the Collector's cerebellums. But how this technology functions is presently unknown. Coordinating sensory input and motor functions simultaneous with remotely amplifying biotic abilities is beyond the grasp of current human science. Why such an advanced species would still be interested in humans is puzzling. More disturbing still, victims of the Collectors say that the General has spoken to them and referred to itself by a human name, Harbinger. Laying your hands on a fertile Krogan woman? How many years in deep space do you get for that? I mean, they can clone themselves now, right? Armatures are quadruped all-terrain heavy weapons platforms, akin to the armored fighting vehicles of other races. Geth being synthetic intelligences, armatures are not crude vehicles, but intelligent entities capable of independent decision-making and learning. Armatures are equipped with heavy kinetic barriers. Their main cannon, mounted on the articulated head turret, appears to be a highly efficient conventional mass accelerator. It is capable of firing in anti-personnel and anti-tank modes. Some armatures carry drones into battle, presumably for reconnaissance purposes. Others host a swarm of insect-sized repair microbots. The Keepers. When the Asari discovered the Citadel, they also discovered the Keepers, a docile, multi-limbed insect race that seemingly exists only to maintain and repair the Great Prothean Station. Early attempts to communicate with or study the Keepers were failures, and it is now illegal to interfere with or impede Keeper activity. Because they are completely non-threatening, Keepers have become virtually invisible to everyone else. Similarly, they seem indifferent to other species, except for their tendency to help new arrivals integrate themselves into the Citadel. No matter how many Keepers die due to old age, violence, or accident, they maintain a constant number. No one has ever discovered the source of new Keepers, but some hypothesize that they are genetic constructs, biological androids created somewhere deep in the inaccessible core of the Citadel itself. I guess they were cute. Krogan biology. The Krogan evolved in a lethal ecology. Over millions of years, the grim struggle to survive larger predators, virulent disease, and a resource scarcity on their homeworld Tuchanka turned the lizards into quintessential survivors. Perhaps most telling indicator of Tuchanka's lethality is the Krogan eyes. Although they are a predator species by any standard definition, their eyes evolved to be wide-set, as in Earth prey species like deer and cattle. Krogan eyes have a 240-degree arc of vision, better suited for spotting enemies sneaking up on them than for pursuit. Physically, the Krogan are nigh indestructible, with a tough hide impervious to any melee weapon short of a molecular blade. While they feel pain, it does not affect their ability to concentrate. They have multiple functioning examples of all major organs, and can often survive the loss of one or two of any type. Rather than a nervous system, they have an electrically conducive second circulatory system. A Krogan can never be paralyzed. They may lose some of this fluid, but it can be replaced by the body in time. Tell us about the 4 testicles. The hump on a Krogan's back stores water and fats that help the Krogan survive lean times. Large humps are a source of pride. Being well fed implies that a Krogan is a superior predator. The most widely known biological figure of the Krogan is their incredible birth rate and rapid maturity. Once freed from the hostile cauldron of Tuchanka, the Krogan population swelled into a numberless horde. Only the genophage kept them from outbreeding the combined council races. Now the Royal Krogan females capable of bearing a child to term are treated like strategic resources. Warlords will trade them at diplomacy, or, more frequently, fight wars over them. Krogan Blood Rage. We'll probably just do the Krogan entries, because this will probably take a while. Feared throughout the galaxy as nightmarishly violent warriors, the Krogan are both aided and hobbled by their legendary blood rage. In the grip of that madness, Krogan become seemingly invincible, but are merely totally unresponsive to pain. Blood and Rage Krogan fight regardless of injury level, to the extent that the Krogan shorn of all 4 limbs continue gnashing the past brain death until total somatic death. The supremely resilient, hyper-violent blood rage is the synergy of 2 aspects of Krogan neurology. The first aspect is a positive feedback loop in which adrenaline, also activated by fear or rage, suppresses serotonin, the brain chemical that induces serenity. The second is the overdeveloped Krogan limbic system. In Krogan, as in humans, fear or rage shifts mental control from the frontal lobes, responsible for reasoning, to the limbic system, responsible for aggression and survival. During that shift, Krogan and humans exhibit diminished capacity for logic and self-control. Prior to the ecological devastation of Tuchanka, blood rage was extremely rare among the Krogan. Back then, while all Krogan were capable of heightened anger and violence in fight or flight scenarios, almost none experienced insensitivity to pain. The 1% who did were those suffering serotonin suppression. At that time, Krogan society regarded that condition as pathological and medicated or imprisoned sufferers to protect them and society. Following nuclear ecocide 4 millennia ago, evolution selected only those Krogan afflicted with blood rage for survival. Today, there is no living memory among the Krogan of a life without mindless, murderous fury. I've never actually gotten the Rex murder moment. This is the thing that's really interesting for me. So even though I'm playing Mass Effect 2 for the second time, I played Mass Effect 1 for the first, and I didn't appreciate that there were so many alternative paths that you could go down. So when people tell me about things that happened in the first game that I didn't have, I'm like, oh god, this thing is like really diverse. So, oh yeah, Johnny would have like killed me if I killed Rex. So. Krogan culture. The harsh Krogan homeworld conditioned the Krogan psychology for toughness just as it did the body. Krogan have always had a tendency to be selfish, unsympathetic, and blunt. They respect strength and self-reliance and are neither surprised nor offended by treachery. The weak and selfless do not live long in their culture. Looking out for number one is simply a matter of course. After the defeat in the rebellions, the very concept of Krogan leadership was discredited. Where a warlord could once command enough power to bring entire solar systems to heel and become overlord, these days it is rare for a single leader to have more than 1,000 warriors swear allegiance to him. Most Krogan trust and serve no one but themselves. This solitary attitude stems in part from a deep sense of fatalism and futility, a profound social effect of the genophage that caused Krogan numbers to dwindle to a relative handful. Not only are they angry that the entire galaxy seems to be out to get them, the Krogan are also generally pessimistic about their race's chance of survival. The surviving Krogan see no point in building for a future. There will be no future. The Krogan live with an attitude of kill, pillage, and be selfish, for tomorrow we die. The genophage. The genophage bioweapon was created to end the Krogan rebellions. From the start, the Krogan had overwhelmed the Council. Only timely first contact with the Turians saved the Council races. The Turians fought the Krogan to a standstill, but the sheer weight of Krogan numbers indicated that the war could not be won through conventional means. The Turians collaborated with the Solarians to genetically engineer a counter to the rapid breeding of the Krogan. The genophage virus gained the energy to replicate by eating key genetic sequences. Every cell in the Krogan had to be altered for the weapon to be foolproof, otherwise the Krogan could have used gene therapy to fix the affected tissues. Once a genophage strain could find no more genes to eat, it would starve and die, limiting spin-off mutation and contamination. This created genetic flaw is hereditary. The Solarians believed the genophage would be used as a deterrent, a position the Turians viewed as naive. Once the project was complete, the Turians mass-produced and deployed it. The Krogan homeworld, their colonies, and all occupied worlds were infected. The resulting mutation made only 1 in 1,000 Krogan pregnancies carry to term. It did not reduce fertility, but offspring viability. The rare females able to carry children to term became prizes the Krogan warlords fought brutal battles over. The Krogan are a shadow of their former glory. While the rebellions took place centuries ago, they are constantly reminded of the horror of the genophage and their inability to counter it. The release of the genophage is still controversial, bitterly debated in many circles. The Krogan rebellions. After the Rachni War, the quick-breeding Krogan expanded at the expense of their neighbors. Warlords leveraged their veteran soldiers to seize living space, while council races were still grateful. Over centuries, the Krogan conquered world after world. There was always just one more needed. When the Council finally demanded withdrawal from the Asari colony of Louisa, Krogan overlord Kredak stormed off the Citadel, daring the Council to take their worlds back. But the Council had taken precautions. The finest STG operators and Asari huntresses had been drafted into a covert observation force, the offers of special tactics and reconnaissance. The Spectres opened the war with crippling strategic strikes. Krogan planets went dark as computer viruses flooded the extranet. Sabotaged antimatter refineries disappeared in blue-white annihilation. Headquarters stations shattered into orbit-clogging debris, rammed by pre-placed suicide freighters. Still, this only delayed the inevitable. The war would have been lost if not for first contact with the Turians, who responded to the Krogan threats with a prompt declaration of war. Being on the far side of Krogan space from the Council, the Turians advanced rapidly into the lightly defended Krogan rear areas. The Krogan responded by dropping space stations and asteroids on the Turian colonies. 3 worlds were rendered completely uninhabitable. This was precisely the wrong approach to take with the Turians. Each is first and foremost a public servant, willing to risk his life to protect his comrades. Rather than inflicting public war weariness, Krogan tactics stiffened Turian resolve. The arrival of Turian task forces saved many worlds from the warlords' marauding fleets, but it took the development of the genophage bioweapon to end the war. There were decades of unrest afterwards. Rogue warlords and holdout groups of insurgents refused to surrender or disappeared into the frontier systems to become pirates. And finally, military doctrine. This is why you don't lay hands on female. You catch hands if you do. You can lay hands on a female with permission and gently. Speaking of which, traditional Krogan tactics were built on attritional mass unit warfare. Equipped with cheap, rugged gear, troop formations were powerful but inflexible. Command and control was very centralized. Soldiers in the field who saw a target connected with their commanders behind the lines to arrange fire support. Since the Genophage, the Krogan can no longer afford the casualties of the old Horde attacks. The Battle Masters are a match for any 10 soldiers of another species. To a Battle Master, killing is a science. They focus on developing a clean, brute force economy of motion that exploits their brutal strength to incapacitate enemies with a swift single blow of overwhelming power. This change of focus from mass unit warfare to maximal efficiency has increased the employment demand in the fields of security and muscle for hire. Due to the unsavory reputation of the Krogan, most of these jobs are on the far side of the law. Battle Masters are not spit and polish, but they do believe in being well armed and equipped, preferably with a gun for each limb. They're callous but brutal. Callous and brutal, but methodical and disciplined. They use any means at their disposal to achieve their goals, no matter how reprehensible. Hostage-taking and genocide are acceptable means to ensure a quiet occupation with few Krogan casualties. The Krogan serving with Saren's forces appear to be returning to the old style of mass attritional combat. They also work in close cooperation with supporting Geth units, who fill the roles occupied by combat drones and other armies. Biotics are rare among the Krogan. Those that exist are viewed with suspicion and fear. The Krogan see this aura of fear as a useful quality for an officer, and often promote them. Combat drones and other high-tech equipment are likewise in short supply. I have to assume that this was not updated from the first game. Shortugan asked, did you ever play Andromeda? You loved the trilogy in spite of the ending, but you've heard so much that's bad about Andromeda. Not only have I not played Andromeda, I have not played the third game, though I fully intend to. So where there's smoke, there's fire. I definitely feel that Andromeda, and I think most of the people who worked on Andromeda say that it did not work as intended. From what I understand, the game as we know it was created in about a year and a half of work. The original intention was to have like thousands of procedurally generated planets and to make it very much like Starflight, which was the original inspiration for Mass Effect. So the real shame, of course, like I know nobody, like these are two super notorious games, but I genuinely would be interested to see what happened if the Andromeda team got in touch with the No Man's Sky team to sort of combine those forces. But yeah, from what I understand, Andromeda, very ambitious. It's really interesting when you compare the experience of BioWare with Frostbite, because apparently Dragon Age Inquisition was able to overcome the difficulty of doing things in Frostbite, whereas the Andromeda team did not seem to be able to accomplish that.
Weren't you originally stationed on Horizon?
And
yes. If I hadn't joined Cerberus, I'd be abducted by the Collectors right now.
Yeah, I mean it's a shame, because obviously it's such a beloved series, and it seems like everything went wrong with the game. And the question I actually have is, EA obviously has this negative reputation with gamers for canceling projects that aren't meeting milestones. But what I'm most curious about for Andromeda was with the development so troubled, it seemed like. I'm very curious why they were able to pass their milestones. Now, I do intend on playing it, because I actually have an EA Origins access, just a basic membership, but it's about like $5 a month, so that gave me access to all the Mass Effect games, all the Dragon Age games. I believe Andromeda is included inside of it. It's, in my opinion, it's a really good deal. I know everybody loves to hate on EA, but I mean, most of you have already seen the blog, so no need to relitigate that. But yeah, I think honestly, Origin Access is great, and it's one of these things that I really like about Origin Access, because rather than like sitting down and buying Andromeda, you know, I'm paying a monthly fee to be able to access all of the EA games in the catalog that I know I'll like, including this one that I'm streaming. And the great news is that if I play Andromeda and I don't like it, I haven't lost anything. I just play another game in the subscription service. So I'll probably wind up playing it on stream at some point. But I'm not, like, I've heard the same bad things about it that you have, so I'm not in a rush to try it.
Shepard.
Although No Name seems to indicate that, I mean, this is the big thing. Like, I also need to bring up the counterpoint, which is there are a bunch of people who like think the game's okay. It's probably nobody's favorite game in the series, but I know people who, you know, had a good enough time with it, and it seems like No Name, you know, when he says decent to you, like, to me that's, I mean, like, obviously it's a shame that it wasn't better, but there are games that it feels like a chore to get through, and like I genuinely feel like I'm wasting my time when playing them. And if I don't feel like that at the end of Andromeda, I think it'll be been worth it. But Shortugan says you've watched some live streams. The guy who makes Warhammer 40k cinematics. Worth watching his new short Guardsman and the Hell's Reach series, if you're into that. He works as a cinematographer at EA. He doesn't say much, but you get the feeling that rumors about its development are more or less true. There's a pretty good, I think it was a Kotaku article that talked about what went wrong with it. That's really cool about the cinematics, by the way. My background originally, before I became a boring economist, I did work in camera, but in like science fiction television and movies and stuff like that. That I will admit, that is a job I would really like. I would love to be able to tell stories visually in virtual environments. Now, I mean, you know, these EA games do a fantastic job of it. I'm almost certain that you know, I would be dragging down the quality rather than adding to it. But by the way, Shortugan, do you have that live streamer's name by any chance? Eyes of Sin says you're enjoying the Sims 4, that you'll slightly fault EA for making 1 million expansions at what you feel are unreasonable prices without, from what you can tell, a Sims 4 expansion pack bundle. How does that work with their subscription service? Do you get access to all the bundles with the subscription service or not? But yeah, I know there's a lot of people who are not fond of the DLC policy for The Sims. I know people feel that way about Paradox too, though, so I will admit I haven't played a lot of Sims, so I don't have a strong view on their DLC policy.
Have you got a minute?
Can it wait for a bit? I'm in the middle of some calibrations.
Talk to you later, Garrus.
I'll be here if you need me.
I'm going to say that to everyone I don't want to talk to from now on. You retract your statement. What do you mean? It was decent to you. You enjoyed it, not as much as you enjoyed. Yeah, that's fair enough. I don't think anyone will seriously, well, actually, no, that's not true. I mean, as with all of these things, you know, de gustibus non disputatum, you know, you can't argue with taste. If somebody enjoys Andromeda and thinks it's the best in the series, I am gaining nothing by trying to convince them otherwise. But you know, I think the first... Who is casting that shadow? I mean, I know the answer is this guy, but it's a ghost. to my view, like, if a game is entertaining, if you are diverted for the time relative to what your other choices were, it was a good game. In the context of other games and expectations, you know, obviously by an objective measure, there are better and worse games. And clearly expectations are a big part of that. So because I don't have very strong expectations for Mass Effect Andromeda, I might wind up enjoying it much more than other people do. And I do intend to do it on cast, so, you know, obviously if you're not fond of that, you might want to skip those casts. But I don't know, like, I understand the strong reactions. I dislike the kinds of reactions that lead to people harassing developers. That's always going to be true, though. But I don't know, like, I kind of feel like subscription services are almost made for games like Andromeda, which is that once the dust settles, you can play it for yourself and decide where you sit at it. So minus the D. Cool. Yeah, no, I definitely want to check that out. Thank you for that. Your first thoughts that I would really enjoy Andromeda? Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I mean, so the only thing I'll say is that some of the stuff I've seen in Andromeda, as far as story is concerned, I think I'm probably going to be gritting my teeth through. But I think it is instructive. So the thing that I'm looking forward to the most is that I am going to be very interested in comparing the story that is told in Andromeda to the one that gets told in this trilogy. And I think there is something instructive by looking at something made by people who, you know, traditionally are associated with making very good games, and to see where things weren't successful. So I will do my best to be entertaining during a game, which I know won't be popular amongst people, but I'm definitely going to give it a shot. I'm not going to go in with a strong prior one way or the other, so...
Shepard, I find myself in the unpleasant position of asking for your help. I don't like discussing personal matters, but this is important.
Tell me all about your personal matters.
Miranda, you're one of my crew. Tell me what's on your mind.
You remember what I told you about Father? Building a dynasty? There was another reason I went to Cerberus for protection. I have a sister, a twin, and he's still hunting her. Cerberus has kept her safe, until now. She's living a normal life on Ilium, safe and hidden from my father.
So you think your father's tracked her down?
Precisely, Commander. My sources indicate he knows that she's on Ilium. I've tried to keep her hidden without impacting her life, but I'm out of options. He's too close. I need to relocate my sister's family before it's too late.
Yeah, I'm always happy. Wow, this isn't a fan service angle at all. This is like two halves of a melon just staring in front of me.
What do you know about your sister?
She's my genetic twin. We're identical, but she deserves a normal life, and she's going to get it no matter what.
Did your sister's family know about this? Are they okay with being relocated?
They know nothing. They're completely uninvolved. Normal. I told Cerberus, and they're coming up with a positive reason to move the family.
What do you need me to do?
My father is extremely persistent. I'd like to go to Ilium when Cerberus is moving the family to make sure none of his agents get too close. My contact's name is Lantea. She'll be waiting for us in the lounge near the Nos Astra docking bay.
Yeah, I did know. I did know there was a break. No name. Apparently, the origins of Mass Effect Andromeda was to actually do a story in the First Contact War, but apparently the fan consensus was that they would want a proper sequel, not a prequel. So, I did sort of understand. I'll be honest with you. I have some expectations in terms of where this thing is all going. So I'm not quite sure how much I can be spoiled, but I actually really do appreciate it when people are respectful in terms of the fact that I've not played the third one yet.
What? If she touches anything, I'll kill her.
Oh, and the only thing she wears from her waist up is tattoos.
Oh, maybe I should go down and welcome her aboard.
Attaboy, Donnelly.
Biotic powers that could crush you with everyone in Cerberus.
Damn it, girl. Stop toying with me.
Miranda has a camera problem. Whenever she's in the room, the cameraman becomes a pervert that only ogles at her feminine attributes. I mean, I've seen. This is one of the things I really did not like working in movies. I can remember scenes with reasonably. So they're not A-list actors. They're really popular B-list actors. So like they're people who you would know, and it's like, oh yeah, that guy, like I really like him. And especially fans of like horror movies are gonna know the names of those actors. And I've seen stuff where like it's like a close-up, it's like a face-to-face shot, and for some reason the guy just completely has his hands all over the woman, like she's all chained up and stuff like that, can't really move, and I'm like, this is awful. So it's maybe not the same as the cameraman. Although I'll admit, working in camera, it's not exactly the most politically correct environment. There's like a chest shot. So if you're moving mid-chest up to head, it's called the 2 T's. I'll let you figure that one out if you haven't already. But yeah, I think the thing that bothered me the most was the stuff that kind of went by in the name of quote unquote the art. But I think that's probably better understood now. After all the sort of the Me Too stuff.
Hey.
Oh, I did not know that she was the new Predator. You enjoyed Mass Effect 3 greatly, that you don't want to build the expectations too high. It's fine. I mean, actually, one of the things that's really interesting... one of the things that's really interesting, No Name, is that I had someone who came into the channel and was like dead set on me not liking Mass Effect 3. Like they wanted almost a promise from me that I would not like the third game. And it's interesting. Like I don't deliberately want to be contrarian about stuff, and I don't really think I have too much of I don't think I have all that odd of a taste. If anything, I just like things too much. I actually find it hard to dislike games. The only like popular game that I can really think, well, there's 2 popular games that I don't I'm not head over heels about. Fortnite didn't really get its hooks into me, but obviously that thing's just eating up everything else. And I find Pillars of Eternity a chore to get through, although I really enjoy Tyranny. But other than that, I tend to find that I like most games, and games that people dislike, I tend to find something worthwhile out of it. Which, by the way, is really nice. It's almost like my taste. Like, in terms of food, I have, like, no palate. So, like, I'm super happy if I have, like, a hot dog or something like, it's just, it's food, it's tasty, and I feel good about it. Like, I'm really happy I'm not a foodie, because you could basically put anything in front of me and I will eat it and be happy.
Tell me something I don't know about you.
Nothing to tell. Why?
I want to know more, and I'm not going away.
I'm here to fight for you. Nothing says we have to be friends, but whatever. Something you don't know, huh? Obvious stuff, like what's up with my ink, or something else just as boring?
You're not really interested unless it affects you. I've been through all this shit before. I could be genuine. You have no way of knowing. I have eyes, and I have history. You'll back off as soon as you realize you're not the first, and I'm immune to your help.
I'm really interested, by the way, we were talking about this before, how Jack has been getting progressively well lit as the as the connection grows closer.
I'll bite. What's with the tattoos?
Some are for prisons I've been in. Some are for kills. You know, good ones. Some are for things I've lost. Those aren't your business. They're nobody's business. And some are because, hey, why the fuck not?
You work pretty hard at not letting people get close.
I've been with lots of people. If you're asking about a boyfriend or a girlfriend, no. It's a waste of time and it never works. You let someone get that close, it just means they need a shorter knife. Lonely and alive works just fine, thanks.
Seems like you miss it a little more than you want to admit.
Pick every little word apart if you want, but it doesn't change the way the galaxy works. Come on, you've been around.
You're tough, but you can't have survived alone all these years.
When I was starting out, I ran with this girl Minara and her boyfriend. They knew their way around. I thought they'd help me. Right. They helped me into their bed. And when we finally did take down something big, they helped themselves to my share of the take. I knew where it was heading, and I got them first. Never bothered with friends after that.
They sound like selfish pricks. That doesn't mean they were gonna kill you.
I get feelings. I don't need proof. I did the smart thing. I always do the smart thing if people fuck with me. That's probably something you should remember.
I have to go, but we should do this again.
Wait. My turn with the questions. People usually walk by now. Why are you really asking all these things? What's your game, Shepard?
I've never met anyone like you.
Whatever. It'll come back to what you can take. It always does. Later, Shepard.
So again, it's been a long time since I played this game. I really like some of the dynamics in terms of the Jack story. So this idea, especially too, because you've set up this convention of you're always in control in terms of when the conversation ends. So the fact that they just get that one little parting shot of like, wait a minute, why do you care? Is a nice little reveal in terms of some of the changes in the dynamic.
Back for another lesson.
What have you taught me? I don't know if Johnny's here, but this is for you.
The subject is stable, Shepard. Integration with onboard systems was seamless.
Can he see anything in there? Does he know where he is?
Unlikely. Current neural patterns indicate minimal cognition. Barring ship-wide power loss, the nutrients in the tank could sustain him for over a year.
Any idea how dangerous this guy is?
He is a Krogan, Shepard. If you were asking whether he is actively hostile, I don't have the necessary data to answer. Okir's technology could impart data, not methods of thinking. The subject may know of his views, but would not necessarily share them.
What can you tell me about this guy? Anything unusual?
The subject is an exceptional example of the Krogan species, with fully formed primary, secondary, and tertiary organs where applicable. No defects of any kind, aside from the genetic markers of the genophage present in all Krogan. I cannot judge mental functioning.
That's kind of funny that you mentioned that, No Name, because that's, I mean, not to... Problem is that, you know, when I'm talking about my stuff on the channel, you know, I wind up sort of... I basically wind up sounding more full of myself than I really want to. But this kind of comes back to sort of my general... Now, so again, the problem is the evidence doesn't always bear this out, but it does sort of come back to that thing, my general feeling about how video game sequels should be, which is, you know, like in terms of a movie, TV show is actually a little bit different. So one of the things that's neat about a TV show is if you know you're coming back for another season, then you get to keep all the sets. And that means that if you have the same budget between series, then you get to spend some of the budget that was originally spent towards the construction of sets towards other things like special effects or whatever. But generally for a movie, you make the movie and it's in the can and then you're done. And when you want to make a sequel, you are building everything back from... Nope, I don't think that's a spoiler at all. Or at least if there's anything that's spoiled by it, I don't know enough about the game for that to be effective. So, but I do appreciate you watching out for me that way. Because it's going to... I'm really the fact that I've been able to go this long without knowing what happens in the third game at all, I'm really looking forward to it, especially in the context of this playthrough. But one of the things that's different between movies and a game, so like in terms of making a movie, unless it's one of these cases like the Lord of the Rings or some of those Pirates of the Caribbean movies or something like that, generally, you make it, you take everything down, and if you want to make a sequel, you start from the exact same place you were before the franchise started. You need to make a script, you need to build the sets, you hire the same actors, so on and so forth. That's not true for games. Generally, if you make a sequel to a game, it's going to be in a similar genre. That's not always true. Obviously, you've got like Elder Scrolls Legends, it's a card game rather than a role-playing game. Warcraft was a strategy game, World of Warcraft is an MMORPG, and Hearthstone is a card game. There are exceptions, but by and large, when you make a sequel, you are making a similar type of game, and you will generally use the same engine, you've got some code that you can reuse. And so what happens is that all of the design decisions, so if you make a first game, you've got the set of decisions that you can make and the things that you learn while you're making a game like that for the very first time. When you make a sequel, you are taking all of those lessons that you've learned and you're able to build on top of them. And so instead of spending all of this time figuring out problems for the very first time, what you're able to do is you're able to say, hey, all of that stuff that we thought was super cool, but we knew we couldn't make it by the deadline, let's do that. And so my general feeling is that, and especially because a lot of games aren't very narratively driven, which obviously in that case, to tell a good story, you need to do that from the very beginning. And especially if you haven't played the first game, you need to make the game comprehensible to the potential audience. Otherwise, you limit the people who will buy your game to something that is, equal to or less than the people who bought the first one. But my general feeling is that sequels for games, all things being equal, should be better than their predecessors in this mythical, objective sense that nobody really believes in. Because in the end, you are getting all of the decisions made from the first game and the iterations on them and the improvements on them. It's not a strict rule. Obviously, there's plenty of examples of sequels that were a disaster, but generally, because of the way that games are made and the fact that there's sort of these interactive experiences where, because you don't need to figure out the conventions of the first-person shooter every time you need to make a first-person shooter, if you have Quake 1, Quake 2 should improve on that formula, and you spend the time maybe making the graphics a little bit better or, designing some better levels or something like that. Yeah, so, it wouldn't necessarily surprise me that Mass Effect 3 is capable of maybe a little bit more nuance and a little bit more polished combat, because, that's just the way, I think that's the way that, developers who care about their product and want to make the best game that they can should generally approach it. They've got 2 games worth of experience going into the concluding chapter. So, it's possible story elements may not work because story elements are really hard to do and you kind of have to start from square one on those. But in terms of the mechanics of the game, I would always expect the last one in the series to be the best.
Stand by. I'm gonna open the tank and let him out.
Cerberus protocol is very clear regarding untested alien technology.
He's either a powerful addition to the crew or a time bomb. I'd rather deal with it now.
Very well, Shepard. The controls are online. The switch and consequences are yours.
You can always flush a time bomb out of the airlock. I don't think Johnny would forgive me if I did that.
Human, female. Before you die, I need a name.
I'm Commander Shepard, and I don't take threats lightly.
I suggest you relax.
What a badass!
Mine. I'm trained. I know things. But the tank, Okeer couldn't implant connection. His words are hollow. Warlord, legacy, Grunt. Grunt was among the last. It has no meaning. It'll do. I am Grunt. If you are worthy of your command, prove your strength and try to destroy me.
You wouldn't prefer Okeer or legacy?
It's short. Matches the training in my blood. The other words are big things I don't feel. Maybe they fit your mouth better. I feel nothing for Okeer's clan or his enemies. I'll do what I'm bred to do. Fight and determine the strongest. But his imprint has failed. Without a reason that's mine, one fight is as good as any other. Might as well start with you.
I'm actually not quite sure why they flipped over, like, so the eye lines switched around.
I have a good ship and a strong crew. A strong clan. You'd make it stronger.
If you're weak and choose weak enemies, I'll have to kill you.
Our enemies are worthy. No doubt about that.
That's acceptable. I'll fight for you.
I'm glad you saw reason.
I love this reveal, by the way.
Offer one hand, but arm the other. Wise shepherd. If I find a clan, if I find what I want, I will be honored to eventually pit them against you.
Yeah, so the pistol reveal was one thing I did know about this introduction. The Krogan are basically cool Vogons. I think that is possibly the biggest missed opportunity that we have in the Mass Effect games. No Krogan poetry.
Shepard.
What are your thoughts about our mission?
I fight. Doesn't matter who for.
Did Okeer give you any imprints about the Collectors?
I see blurry ships, guesswork about strength. Nothing to help pick a weak spot and tear. Okeer spent all his time on old hatreds. Whatever he had, it was used up when he made me.
Did Okeer give you any imprints about the Collectors?
I see blurry ships, guesswork about strength. Nothing to help pick a weak spot and tear. Okeer spent all his time
apparently
on hatreds. Whatever he had, it was used
I have
up
short-term
when he made me.
memory loss.
What do you think about the crew?
Good bunch if they stay out of my way. Dead bunch if they don't. Train them good if you want to take on Collectors. Some of these aliens are too smooth.
Is he talking about Miranda's backside again? Yeah, that's just a riff off of Shortugan's reference of the Krogan being cool versions of the Vogons.
Anything in your tank imprints that can make use of the resources we found?
Might have something I could put together. Don't know how useful it will be.
Sorry. Grunt gets a Claymore heavy shotgun. Armory scientists produced a single prototype for Grunt in violation of Council space weapons safety standards. The recoil on the Claymore is enough to break a human's arm. Fortunately, Grunt isn't human.
Shepard.
Anything in your tank imprints that can make use of the resources we found?
Nothing else I can think of. I'm no tech. Enjoy what you got.
Just checking in. Making sure you're acclimatizing.
Humans talk too much. Like the tank. Come back later.
That's all for now.
Shepard.
The comparison might surprise. Okay, now I'm interested. I think that's everyone I needed to talk to, and we got the codices done, which means we are going to mine the heck out of some planets, and then we'll finally get on with the story, the thing you're all here for.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private
How is that possible? Encrypted transmission from the elusive man. Shepard, I see you awakened Okeer's Krogan. A dangerous decision, but you've got free reign on this operation. If you're certain he'll be a useful member of the team, you've got my support. We need every weapon that we can get in this battle. If this grunt proves unreliable and has to be put down, don't lose the body. He's based on at least partially on collector technology and could offer useful genetic data. But again, you are in charge. Okay, let's, I think we're gonna just start from the middle and move out. So this will be, so this is good for chat. If you guys have any questions, we can turn this into like a little bit of an AMA thing or anything like that. And I can sort of, do you have this second DLC character in my version of the game? The name is Kasumi. I have, because it's Origin access, I have access to the deluxe edition of the game. So I'm assuming I have all the DLC. But I've not encountered that character yet. Okay, I'm gonna read this while I scan the planet. Ego Akarans found some. Oh, blue rose of Ilium, dig. Let your roots deep dig into the hot soil of Tuchanka. Let our scorching sun and sheeting rain turn your supple beauty into strength. For our love is to survive. It must grow thorns to pierce the hand of any who would uproot it. Blue rose of Ilium, you have... wow, it is actually kind of hard to mine and recite this.
Launching probe.
It must grow thorns to pierce the hand of any who would uproot it. Blue rose of Ilium, you have blossomed into a tower of glass and plastic. But beauty under glass is untested and weak. Where are your honored dead to fertilize the ground that you must grow strong on the rocky plains of Tuchan? I will build you a garden from the bones of my ancestors. Blue rose of Ilium, leave eternity unbraced and grapple in the glorious struggle that is us. Here and now, I am speechless, not with blood rage, but with love, and I stand here humble and mute to offer you a home. Come to me, blue rose of Ilium. Let our three hearts beat as two.
Probe away.
And I guess I'm not allowed to figure stuff out for my game anymore, so I suppose you've got your answer, Sean Bean. But the best I can say, like, I did own this game on EA Origin. Like, I own this thing on Origin anyway, but I don't know what version I owned. I just remember seeing it on sale once and I bought it, and I didn't appreciate at the time that there were differences in terms of the game. And when I originally played the game, it was just the base game. Like, all of the DLC that I've encountered so far is totally new to me. So essentially, whatever I get access to from the base version of Origin Access I'm playing, so far as I can tell, like, I've been encountering a bunch of new stuff, and I think it would be kind of weird that they don't include... are you even going to use all those materials? Well, I don't know, because, like, I pretty much... I want to be able to upgrade whenever I want to do... Like, whenever I have... whenever I, like, I have the option. There were a couple of points before I started mining that I was running out of them. But it might be that, like, I've known poverty in this game once before, so now I'm getting super nervous about it. But yeah, the way I'm mostly handling the DLC stuff is just because I'm not really familiar. Like, unless it's something that I've done before and remember, I assume that it's not DLC. And other than that, basically, if something seems interesting inside of the game, I do it. So, like, I actually kind of like those flying missions where...
Probe launched.
There we go. The one where you get, it's kind of like the Mako, but like I'm convinced that I get to, oh no, I don't get to refuel here. Damn, I'm gonna run out of probes. God, I can't remember what it was, but there was like this mission where we needed to find some Cerberus scientists, and
Probe away.
it unlocked a flying machine where we go and collect research, and I'm almost convinced that that probably started as the team trying to say, okay, people didn't like the Mako or the Mako or whatever, however you pronounce it. How do we make this more fun? And I think there was a team that probably worked on that for a while, and they realized it wasn't really working, so they stopped. And then, because of course DLC allows you to work on things that weren't ready for the finished game, they sort of picked up that prototype and ran with it. The Hammerhead, thank you. Yes, that's fair enough. You only ask because you encounter her very early in the game, if you have her. Yeah, so if the only place I can encounter her is on, let's say, Omega 3, I think it is, then for whatever reason I don't have that. And I think there's an option where, like, I'm pretty sure in the main menu it'll tell you what DLC is enabled. And the other thing too, like, because I owned the game before, it's possible that I've gained access through Origin Access, and like I just haven't installed it. But yeah, if it's a switch that I flip on like a system that I've been to and I haven't redone, sorry, and don't plan on going back to, then chances are I don't have that DLC. But it sounds like it's a bit of a M35 Mako is superior to the M44 Hammerhead. Fight you. I mean, I enjoyed the Mako sequences in the first Mass Effect because they reminded me of Starflight so much. It's why I was disappointed to hear that Andromeda was supposed to be about that planetary exploration thing, which they sort of jettisoned after the first game, and that it didn't turn out that way, because I just think games are interesting when developers are sort of following that initial impulse that got them interested in taking on the project. But that's the problem, right? Like, I think everybody's got like an idea for a really good game in their head, but if you can't implement it for whatever reason, then it becomes a challenge. But yeah, the best that I can say about that DLC is if I have access to it and it's just a matter of me like not installing it or not realizing that I didn't have it available, I will definitely take a step to put it in, because it sounds like, you know, when I see stuff enjoyable and humorous, especially because the missions in this game are so short. Like, I spend much more time mining than I do on any of the missions. You know, I'll happily install it, especially too because, you know, I honestly enjoy this ride of Mass Effect. Like, I enjoy the ride.
Probe launched.
Oh, I don't get to deplete it. I'll at least explore the remaining planets. Oh, we've got all of the planets. Alright. Is there nothing else here? Fair enough. God, so much. Okay, 100%ed there. 0, 5%, 50%. I think we'll go to the Ismar frontier first. Again, this is mostly just so I can 100% the stuff. I'm not gonna go back to that location and be like, no, I gotta get everything. I gotta deplete every planet. I did want to deplete every planet, but not at the expense of like warping to one system and then another. Actually, you know what? I can definitely do the mining on my own time still, because I can afford to do the mass relay jumps. So I am going to quickly do my explorations. This will obviously make it very hard for me to find planets I haven't depleted yet, but I'll get whatever rewards the game throws to me for exploring. Unless the bonuses are for the resources, in which case I'm genuinely wasting everybody's time. But it'll make it shorter than it was originally supposed to be. Anyway, yeah, so, you know, lots of reasons to be disappointed about Mass Effect Andromeda, but I think from the article that I read, I think the thing that really made me sad the most was that having played Starflight, and I really do, so the challenge is that the GOG one, like the PC version of Starflight was not as good as the one on the Sega Genesis. I only ever got to play it at a friend's house, but it had such an effect on me that I actually sought out the GOG version when I knew that there was one. And like I'll still play it even though the graphics aren't as good as the thing that I remember. And yeah, I don't know.
Reserves at 50%.
I feel like I should do it on stream when I feel a little more comfortable with the PC version, just so you can sort of see what inspired Mass Effect, and you can, I think really what you'll see is, oh hey, that's where that idea came from, stuff like that. But I don't know. I think there's a plot thing in the original Starflight that just blows my mind, but I don't know if it'll have quite the same effect. Okay, I think I'm going to go to the Council, especially because I feel like I'm going to be able to get some of those secondary, like I'm going to get the special ingredients in the Cerise Ice Brandy taken care of. So... and I figured that that's probably a way I can actually get some missions done in a... I mean, they won't be exactly the same missions that we want. Yeah, I don't know when the... I don't know when the Genesis came out. So I don't know what the age difference is between... you know what, there really isn't a reason to do this right now. If there's like a... oh no, yes there's a reason to do that. Oh, god damn it. I shouldn't be doing this because there might be signals that I'm missing. Yeah, so I don't know when the Genesis came out, but I'm assuming that there were a couple of years between Starflight as we know it and... or sorry, Starflight as you can currently buy it, and Starflight... Starflight as I knew it. Okay, supposedly constructed by the long-extinct Protheans, this colossal deep space station serves as the capital of the Citadel Council. Gravity is simulated through rotation and is a comfortable 1.2 standard Gs on the wards and a light 0.3 standard Gs on the Presidium ring. Oh wow, that long. I didn't know there was a Terminator game. Well, that's not true. I know there was a Bethesda Terminator game, but I thought that was PC. If an enemy Krogan gets close to you, they'll charge. You don't want that. Yes. The giant badass shotgun-wielding armored thing with redundancies built in its major organs should not be engaged in close combat. Well done, tooltips. Alright. Garrus has security and Mordrin. Not bringing any of those filthy... Cerberus operatives on the... A console port of the Terminator 2 arcade game. I didn't know there was a Terminator 2 arcade game. Actually, the arcade game... Oh, God. This is my favorite thing.
This recruits is a 20-kilo ferrous slug. Feel the weight. Every 5 seconds, the main gun of an Everest-class dreadnought accelerates 1 to 1.3% of light speed. It impacts with the force of a 38-kiloton bomb. That is 3 times the yield of the city buster dropped on Hiroshima back on Earth. That means Sir Isaac Newton is the deadliest son of a bitch in space. Now, Serviceman Burnside, what is Newton's first law?
Sir, an object in motion stays in motion, sir.
No credit for partial answers, maggot.
Sir, unless acted on by an outside force, sir.
Damn straight! I dare to assume you ignorant jackasses know that space is empty. Once you fire this hunk of metal, it keeps going till it hits something. That can be a ship, or the planet behind that ship. It might go off into deep space and hit somebody else in 10,000 years. If you pull the trigger on this, you are ruining someone's day, somewhere and sometime. That is why you check your damn targets. That is why you wait for the computer to give you a damn firing solution. That is why, Serviceman Chung, we do not eyeball it. This is a weapon of mass destruction. You are not a cowboy shooting from the hip.
Sir, yes, sir.
That is probably my favorite bit of writing in this entire game.
This recruits is a 20-kilo
we get to hear it
Feel
again.
the weight. Every 5 seconds, the main gun of an Everest-class dreadnought accelerates 1 to 1.3% of light speed. It impacts with the force of a 38-kiloton bomb. That is 3 times the yield of the city buster dropped on Hiroshima back on Earth. That means Sir Isaac Newton is the deadliest son of a bitch in space. Now, Serviceman Burnside, what is Newton's first law?
Sir, an object in motion stays in motion, sir.
No credit for partial answers, maggot.
Sir, unless acted on by an outside force, sir.
Damn straight! I dare to assume you ignorant jackasses know that space is empty. Once you fire this hunk of metal, it keeps going till it hits something. That can be a ship, or the planet behind that ship. It might go off into deep space and hit somebody else in 10,000 years. If you pull the trigger on this, you are ruining someone's day, somewhere and sometime. That is why you check your damn targets. That is why you wait for the computer to give you a damn firing solution.
That is why, Serviceman John, we do not eyeball it.
This is a weapon of mass destruction. You are not a cowboy shooting from the hip.
Sir, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'll need you to remove any biotic amp you might be wearing.
I thought it might be nice to come back here and see how it's changed, but it's just like it was. Same dirty streets, same unrepentant scavengers, same revolving door prisons. Being security here is a terrible job. This is exactly why I left.
The Destiny Ascension has completed its 20-colony victory cruise. Council members aboard thanked Human Alliance soldiers for their efforts in repelling Saren's invasion 2 years ago. The attack on the human colony of Freedom's Progress has generated a swift but confused response. 8 vessels have been sent, but it is not clear whether there are survivors. The Council offered its sympathy, but regretted that it could not become involved in a purely human matter. Alliance military officials are having difficulty meeting hiring quotas, according to a new report. Since Eden Prime, an initial surge in patriotic enlistments was followed by a downturn, as the public became skeptical that the Alliance can match Geth technology. Fears of an uncontrolled plague in the streets of Omega have been laid to rest, as the disease is now under control. Captain Hannah Shepard has apparently turned down an Admiral's star and will remain in command of the Orizaba. The captain deemed her promotion to Admiral a political ploy, and said that she could best honor her child's legacy by captaining a ship.
I really hope they do more of these in the background, because I actually think some of that, especially the revelation about my mom.
Keepers. Fascinating creatures. Genetic constructs adapted to work in Citadel. Couldn't survive outside. Unknown purpose. Wish I could have studied them. Had other things to do instead.
But yeah, you know, that's a really interesting little bit of story there.
Can I help you, ma'am?
It's been a couple years since I passed through here. Security seems to have tightened a bit.
After the Geth attack, there was a review of security protocol. A few minor changes were made to reduce the risk of Geth infiltration. We apologize for the inconvenience.
You'd think a Geth would stand out.
Assumptions are dangerous. Be alert, be safe.
Thanks for your time.
Next.
My mom didn't give birth to a baby. She gave birth to a legend. Thanks, Mom.
Looks like they've tightened up security.
Shut it down. What? Do you seriously think?
Yeah, okay.
Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am. Our scanners are picking up false readings. They seem to think you're... dead.
I was listed as missing in action a couple years ago.
Would you mind checking in with my captain? He can reinstate you in our system. He's just past the scanners on your right.
You'll have to make him scream a little. He's not gonna tell you everything just because you ask.
I know, sir.
If you don't have the stomach or you're worried about being reported, I can take care of it.
No, sir. I can handle it.
I'm Yul Brenner, and I'm dead now.
Yes, I see the problem already, Commander Shepard. My consul says you're dead.
You're not worried I'm some imposter claiming to be me?
We have the best screening equipment in the galaxy. Those scanners can sample DNA from skin flakes. Hell, if you have unregistered gene mods, they can even figure those out.
Your sergeant said you could help with that.
Usually you'd have to go through the station security administration to reactivate your IDs. Then to customs and immigration to regain access to the Citadel itself, and probably a stop by the Treasury. Spending a year dead is a popular tax dodge. But I can see you're a busy woman. So how about I just press this button right here, and we call it done?
You're not big on formalities, are you?
I'm with them right up until they keep people from doing their jobs. There. I just saved you about 9 days of running around. That said, you should head up to the Presidium and tell them you're still alive. The Council probably wants to talk to the one who saved their scaly asses.
I am trying to remember who this guy voiced otherwise. Because it's a really familiar voice. But I really can't put my finger on it.
What's the easiest way to get to the Presidium from down here?
Head back through the security checkpoint and take a public shuttle.
I will. Having access to the Council and the Spectre's resources would be useful.
Yeah. The Council can get anything. Best thing about working CSEC is that any equipment, information, or money you need, you get. Anyway, something else you need? Or can I get back to work?
How'd you end up working on the Citadel?
I started with the Alliance way back when, but the traveling was killing me. It's a shitty life if you're trying to raise a family, seeing your kids every 6 months. I joined CSEC so I could stay in one place and put down roots.
You like life here on the Citadel?
Life here is good. Hell of a lot different than life back on Earth. I miss the food mostly. You just can't get sockeye salmon here on the station.
You ever get back there?
Earth, every couple of years, less and less all the time. But when I finish my stint with CSEC, there's a nice little place in the foothills I'm gonna retire to. Not that I'm retiring anytime soon.
Oh, wait a minute. He's General Tullius in Skyrim, isn't he? Oh my god! Okay. That's why he's familiar. He was the other actor in the very first shot I did on Battlestar Galactica. For those of you who have been watching since the first Mass Effect 2, you know who the other actor in that scene was.
I overheard your conversation. Make him scream a little?
This isn't the Presidium. All they have to worry about are protesters outside their free speech zones or someone's poodle crapping on the grass. Down here, we have drugs, organized crime, and murder. Policing a ward is like policing New York City. Sometimes you have to work outside the Council's rulebook.
CSEC has changed.
It looks like most of the damage from Sovereign's attack has been repaired.
The Presidium was pretty shot up. Of course, they fixed that first. All the wards got hit with debris when the ship exploded. Most of the damage was superficial, and the Keepers got things restored fast. Tasery Ward got the worst. A big chunk hit near the Dillanaga concert hall. They're still clearing wreckage and trying to get power restored.
I need to talk to
I think
the
that
council.
actor's Canadian
How
as
can I get to
well.
the Presidium from here.
Head through the security checkpoint and take a
Oh, I already
public
did that
shuttle.
one.
Tell me about this place.
All the wards are more or less multicultural, but the other four are dominated by Asari, Turians, or Solarians. In Zakira, we've got major enclaves of Volus, Elcor, and Hanar. There's also a human commercial zone at Shinakiba. We've got a few Krogan walking around, and I think I saw a Quarian the other day.
Last time I was here, there were no human captains in CSEC.
The CSEC took a lot of casualties when the Geth boarded the Presidium. The Special Response Division was hard hit. They stopped turning their noses up at human resumes. They needed bodies in uniform, and we had the most experienced bodies.
I should be going.
You need anything else, let me know.
Welcome to Citadel Newsnet. I'm Emily Wong. Horizon has become the latest and largest human-settled world to disappear in the wave of lost colonies. As before in such cases, the human representative to the Council has requested an official investigation. This was rejected by a 3-to-4 vote in session. The Council maintains the matter as an internal alliance issue. Councilor Valor noted, having a seat on the Council implies a species can handle its own problems and assist others with theirs. Alliance Councilor Anderson agreed, but requested increased access to the Council's space tracking network.
Welcome back, Shepard. It has been 2 years, 3 months, and 17 days since the Citadel last welcomed you. This is the Zakera Ward Transportation Hub. Public shuttles and shopping are available through the CSEC security cordon.
There seem to be a lot more CSEC officers than the last time I was here.
In the wake of the Geth attack 2 years ago, additional security precautions were implemented for the safety and security of residents. In addition to increased CSEC patrols, weapon carry restrictions have been tightened.
I absolutely love, so I don't know if this is intentional or not. I love the fact that you have that behind view of Shepard with 4 like serious weapons on her back.
So has crime decreased?
Violent crime has decreased by 23%. Property crime has decreased by 41%. Incident clearance has improved by 16%.
It looks like this place has recovered from Sovereign's attack.
Repair of the damage from the Geth attack is ongoing. There is still extensive damage on Tasery Ward.
Geth? It was Sovereign who led the attack. A Reaper.
I have no information on a Reaper. References to the term exist in some para-historical theories on galactic extinction cycles.
Memetic engineering. Council blames Geth. Lies to cover up Reapers. Keeps public from panicking.
What stores are available on this level?
Only one store exists on this level. Citadel Souvenirs offers licensed mementos of your visit. Their line of starship models is well regarded.
I gotta go there!
For now.
Thank you for using Avina. Have a pleasant day.
So do you want to get one of the fish?
Oh
or...
boy, oh boy, oh
Good
boy,
day,
oh
my
boy, oh
friends.
boy, oh boy, oh
Welcome to
boy,
the
oh boy.
Citadel.
These stores are owned by the Citadel, right?
That's correct. Citadel Souvenirs outlets are owned by the Council government. The profits generated by sales are used to maintain the station. We offer an assortment of decorations suitable for display in your personal quarters.
What isn't suitable for display in my personal quarters, if you know what I mean?
I'd like to buy something.
My apologies. I do not make sales. I'm here to answer questions and process returns and exchanges. To make a purchase, browse our electronic catalog over there.
But I want the human
Thanks for your time.
touch.
Of course, citizen.
Space Hamster, this furry, small furry rodent looks up at you with what seems to be a knowing smile. Oh, I'm getting the fish. Large spined fish common to the lakes of Ilium. Thessian sunfish, small brightly colored fish native to the Asari homeworld. A Normandy SR-1, small ship model of the system's alliance ship, the Normandy SR-1. Citadel Gundam models including master-grade mobile suit models. The Destiny Ascension, small ship model from the Asari dreadnought made famous for saving the Citadel Council at the Battle of the Citadel. I saved the Council! Model Sovereign, small ship modeled after the Geth flagship destroyed at the Battle of the Citadel. Well, I guess I need to get the whole pack. But I'll put it in like a really crappy display spot. That hamster description sounds like it was written by the Fallen London team. You're right.
An independent inquiry is investigating a group known as Cerberus in light of charges made by one Corporal Toombs and testimony by an apparent Cerberus scientist. A researcher known only as Dr. Wayne has been promised immunity and has suggested Cerberus may also be tied to the death of Admiral Kohoku several years ago.
We are going to launch that hamster out of the airlock towards a Geth ship, and it will save the day.
The wreckage of the freighter Tur-Alan was found on an uncolonized planet in the Dranik system. Salvage teams reported no survivors.
I'm trying to remember the circumstances under which Kohaku died.
So what do you think? Maybe a shotgun?
I like the assault rifle. It's like a non-stop barrage of death.
If you can hit anything.
What can I do for you?
I thought weapons were restricted on the Citadel now.
Carrying them around is. Selling them isn't. We store them in off-site containers and deliver them to your ship. People who have permission to carry, like CSEC, can walk out with them.
If everything's done by catalog, why are you here?
Rodham believes in salesmanship. The personal touch. Some say we're old-fashioned. We recognize that adventure traveling is a niche. A small, tight-knit community.
Tell me about your services.
We sell quality hunting supplies, which you'll need when you purchase one of our adventure travel packages. Imagine it, human. The break of day. You and your team have been stalking a Shafa for 5 days. In that time, it's killed 4 men. You see it? Line it up. Take the shot. Blam! It's down. You're the hero. That's what we offer. Not a vacation, but an experience.
I'd like to buy something.
Try our electronic catalog interface. That kiosk over there.
But what about the personal touch?
I'll be going.
Come again. What can I do for you?
Damn it, I just want to use the console!
Looking around.
All right. I'm here if you change your mind.
Oh, heck yes. Give me everything. Yep, I'm okay with that too.
Have you tried Galaxy of Fantasy yet? I love that game. It's based on Turian mythology, but it's really fun. I hear it has 11 billion players now. Do you have any games you'd like to trade in? You get 2 credits toward a new game.
I want to play one of the existing games. I'm Commander Shepard, and I want games.
Welcome. The Zakera Ward Promenade offers upscale shopping and entertainment options for the discerning visitor.
What stores are in this area?
Rodham Expeditions sells high-grade weapons as well as adventure travel packages to the galaxy's most dangerous destinations.
What entertainment options are available?
The Dark Star is a small but popular night spot offering intoxicants, gambling, and exotic dancing.
I'm going there.
That's all for now.
Thank you for using Avena. Have a pleasant day.
Will it be?
Hear about anything interesting going on around here?
I serve drinks. You want to know what's going on? Check the news. I don't know why humans always ask me that.
I want the strongest thing you have.
Easy enough.
It's green?
And guaranteed to knock you on your ass. Unless you're Dextro DNA like me. If you are, it'll kill you. Anything else?
Let's have another one.
There you are. Anything else?
I'm done for now.
Let me know if you change your mind. What will it be?
Nothing for me, thanks.
Welcome back, Jamie Sam.
All right.
All right, so it's just supplies now. I'm sure there was a terminal like that on Omega 3 and I just didn't realize it, but... Oh. This shepherd will dance on every dance floor available.
The Systems Alliance Parliamentary Subcommittee for Transhuman Studies has awarded reparations for biotics suffering complications from L2 implants. Subcommittee Chairman Burns thanked biotics everywhere for their patience and understanding, and promised more help for those forgotten by the system until now.
I did not know that, No Name. I didn't even realize there was more than one shepherd dance. I remember there was like, so these ones seem pretty tame, but I remember there was one in Afterlife, which was like going all out. Like, I like that quite a bit. I'm sorry, this is the men's. I always get these confused. I was promised exotic dancers. Apparently, there's only ice brandy.
What will it be?
Nothing for me, thanks.
Sure thing.
The people want to hear your story, Shepard. Khaleesa been seen in Al Jelani, Westerland News. I interviewed you 2 years ago when you first became a Spectre. You presented your case very well on camera. Do you have a minute?
What, so you can try to do another smear job on me?
Now, Shepard, you may object to my methods, but we're on the same side. You're back, you're news. I just want to give your story its due. Sources claim you were at the heart of the Presidium during the Battle of the Citadel. It's fair to say the course of the battle hinged on your words. If true, you told Admiral Hackett to assist the Destiny Ascension, costing hundreds of human lives, and securing the continued dominance of the Citadel Council.
The Turians lost 20 cruisers. Figure each had a crew of around 300. The Ascension, the Asari dreadnought we saved, had a crew of nearly 10,000.
But surely the human cost.
The Alliance lost 8 cruisers. Shenyang, Emden, Jakarta, Cairo, Seoul, Cape Town, Warsaw, Madrid, and yes, I remember them all. Everyone in the Fifth Fleet is a hero. The Alliance owes them all medals. The Council owes them a lot more than that. And so do you.
Commander Shepard, first human Spectre. Hero of the Battle of the Citadel. Check bid. We get it? Great. Bull rushed on my own show.
Okay, so when I first played this, I totally, like, knocked her teeth out. I actually really like the Paragon option on that one.
The Turian government is considering further reparations to humans whose ancestors died in the Relay 314 incident at Shashi. The Turian government previously made reparations from what humans call the First Contact War, but refused to pay interest. The Turian hierarchy has supported improved relations with humanity since the Alliance's heroic sacrifice defending the Citadel from Saren's attack 2 years ago.
God, I have to really wonder, so knowing sort of all the different paths that you can go down now, I am really curious how much they put into sort of creating content for all of these different branches.
Shepard, you've recently been dead. Don't you deserve the quality and distinction of a traditional Asari burial robe? Anata's mortuary offers the finest quality burial robes, hand-spun by skilled Asari artisans. Anata's will help you leave a good-looking corpse.
I am never looking at these advertisements again. So I'm slightly curious as to whether or not I'm able to move. It looks like I'm not able to actually get to the Citadel from here, which I think is a good, or well, I'm at the Citadel, but...
Alliance Corsair. The battles are pretty realistic, but it's still fun. And you can install it on an Omni tool.
It's actually probably better that I can't get lost on the Citadel like I used to, but let's go to Presidium. I punched the reporter. Rolls D20.
This meeting would be more
I've never seen an Elcor walk before.
My advisor is unavailable. As counselor, I represent the voice of humanity and the Alliance. Shepard will be here and... Oh, Commander. We were just talking about you.
It's been a long time, Anderson. I hope the last couple years have treated you right.
There have been some rough spots. It's good to have you back.
We've heard many rumors surrounding your unexpected return. Some of them are unsettling.
We called this meeting so you could explain your actions, Shepard. We owe you that much. After all, you saved our lives in the battle against Saren and his Geth.
The Collectors are abducting human colonists in the Terminus systems. Worse, we think they're working for the Reapers.
The Terminus systems are beyond our jurisdiction. Your colonists knew this when they left Council space.
You're missing the important part, Counselor. The Reapers are involved.
Ah yes, Reapers. The immortal race of sentient starships allegedly waiting in dark space. We have dismissed that claim.
Shepard, no one else encountered the hologram on Ilos that told you the truth about the Reapers. Only you and your crew ever spoke with Sovereign. I believe you. But without evidence from another source, the others think Saren was behind the Geth attacks.
Saren was an organic. The Geth would never accept him as their leader. They only followed him because he was Sovereign's agent.
Saren was a compelling and charismatic individual. He convinced the Geth the Reapers were real, just as he convinced you.
It was part of his plan to attack the Citadel. The Reapers are just a myth, one you insist on perpetuating.
We believe that you believe it, but that doesn't make it true.
Go back to Ilos and talk to Vigil. Or just look at what's left of Sovereign. It's obvious the technology is more advanced than ours.
The hologram on Ilos is no longer functional, and we have found nothing to suggest that Sovereign was not a Geth creation.
The Geth are capable of remarkable technological achievements. This is probably why Saren recruited them.
This Reaper theory proves just how fragile your mental state is. You have been manipulated. By Cerberus, and before them, by Saren.
I kept Saren from conquering the Citadel. I sacrificed human lives to save this council.
We are in a difficult position, Shepard. You are working for Cerberus, an avowed enemy of the Council. This is treason, a capital offense.
That's too far. Shepard is a hero. I'm on this council too, and I won't let this whitewash continue.
Maybe there is a compromise. Not a public acknowledgement given your ties, but something to show peripheral support.
Shepard, if you keep a low profile and restrict your operations to the Terminus systems, the Council is willing to offer you reinstatement as a Spectre.
What does that mean? Will I need to start filing reports?
That won't be necessary. This is a show of good faith on our part.
We cannot become involved in an investigation regarding the missing colonies in the Terminus systems, but Spectre reinstatement shows our support of you personally.
I accept your offer. It's good to have the Council on my side.
Good luck with your investigation, Shepard. We hope for a quick resolution and a quick end to your relationship with Cerberus.
Well, that went better than expected. You realize the Council's offer is just symbolic. They won't actually do anything.
Even if they don't help, I might as well stay on good terms.
True enough. Don't worry about the Council or the Alliance. I'll find some way to keep them off your back. Shouldn't be too hard. As long as you keep to the Terminus systems.
Anderson, we need to talk about... Shepard, what are you doing here?
Stop by to see how Anderson was doing.
You don't have to cover for me. I invited Shepard here to speak with the Council. We just finished our meeting.
You what? Consular, do the words political shitstorm mean anything to you?
The Council reinstated my Spectre status. They're just happy I'm staying out in the Terminus systems.
Yes, I could see how that arrangement works best for both sides. But you really shouldn't have taken a step like this without consulting with me first, Counselor.
I don't answer to you, Udina. Why don't you go to your office and think about that for a while?
Of course, Counselor. Good day to both of you.
Sorry about that. Udina's never gotten over the fact that I got the Council position instead of him. Sometimes I need to put him in his place.
Udina's just doing his job.
True enough. He's got his uses. And if you want something done on the Citadel, he knows who can make it happen. Plus, he's always happy to attend all those formal diplomatic functions I can't be bothered with.
I will admit, there is a side of me that wonders if, as much as Udina is a dick, if he is actually the better option in terms of the Council. Because this is one thing that, especially having worked on political campaigns, that I sort of reflect on a bit, is that... okay, so I'll try and give this as an example for voting. So it's very easy for me to sit back during an election and to imagine what a... Like, so I, you know, as a voter, I have got a particular set of policy preferences that I have. And it's extremely likely that my preferences are not perfectly matched by a given political party. Now, this is obviously moving entirely beyond the idea of identity. I get a lot, like, in terms of working on a political campaign, most of the time, all that it is finding out, you know, are you the red tie guy, the blue tie guy, the orange tie guy, now the green tie guy. You know, it's, you know, that's kind of a whole other thing. But let's say in the ideal form, you have a set of policies that you want to see enacted. And of course, unless you are this hypothetical, like, median voter, you're going to be unhappy with some of the choices that each party's going to make. I'll answer the Anderson question in just a second. And it's very easy during elections to sort of have this idea that, you know, you're just too pure for the existing parties. Gonna catch up on some sleep, you guys, the rest of the show. Thank you very much, Ego Karen. I hope you have a good sleep. You know, this idea that, you know, you're sending a message by not voting for these parties because none of them really fit your ideals. But when I reflect on sort of what politics is supposed to be about, it's the fact that, you know, we do have sort of a, you know, we have a country, we have a group of people, and everybody has a different set of sort of ideals. Everybody sort of has a set of things that they want to see happen, or a set of rules by which we should be governed. And clearly politics is a matter of trying to find the best way of balancing those ideals and those priorities. So the thing is that I think people who are actually would be the best politicians, the people who would be best at achieving the socially ideal outcome, are exactly the people who will not do what I want. If I go for the representative who implements everything that I want, sort of by necessity, everybody who doesn't have my preferences is sort of underserved because there's no give and take. And that's not necessarily a way to run a country. So one of the things that is appealing about Udina when I reflect on it, he might be a jackass, but it is sometimes very desirable to have somebody who understands how the machinery of government works and who is actually able to advocate for and achieve human interests on the council. Which brings me to No Name's question, which is, why did I put Anderson on the council? It was ultimately because Anderson sort of believed me and behaved in an upright fashion, whereas Udina came off as very self-serving and didn't really rise to the occasion. So with that in mind, I thought Captain Anderson sort of had I sort of had this belief that Captain Anderson would be, you know, a good ethical person to put in that position and would, you know, learn the political element. But then you have the other side, which is that if you've got sort of seasoned politicians on the other side of this, people who are better at advancing their own species' interests, it's possible that Anderson is put in a situation where he's not able to perform. And yeah, I mean, Jamie Sam, if you're from Brazil, I know, you know, you're going through a pretty attention-getting democratic exercise is probably the most diplomatic way of putting it. Yeah, it's just one of the, like, I'm one of these, you know, it's almost Boy Scoutish for me to say, like, you know, between the econ stuff and between, you know, growing up in Canada and that, you know, my general feeling is the ideal of democracy is that it's something that is able to take care of the broader concerns of society, understanding that a majority is not sufficient. So, you know, the fact that you can get 50% plus one doesn't mean that you can totally undermine the groups, you know, a particular group. And even in Canada, like, the problem is that there is a bit of a structure that we've got in place that, you know, in some cases, depending on what party is in government, or depending on how much a given party can feel that they get away with, there definitely is a tendency of being like, we will make sure that this base kind of gets everything that they want, and, you know, you can go to hell if you're not on side with that. But the one thing about it is that I also, you know, sometimes I don't think we need better politicians. I think sometimes we need a better electorate who punishes people who go too far. So, No Name says you wasn't even thinking about the political dynamics and you wound up putting Udina on the council in your first run. That's really interesting. Yeah, I found Udina very unlikable, but I have somewhat warmed to his skill. So, and yeah, I'm definitely very sorry to hear it, Jamie Sam. I really do hope for the best. And obviously it's one thing to read about something on the news, but definitely to have somebody, you know, even if it's just a connection over the internet, like, it's you know, it's troubling, it's sad, it's, you know, it's not something that I wish for others. So I do hope things turn out and they're manageable for you.
How have the last couple years treated you?
Serving on the council isn't how I planned to spend my twilight years. Sometimes it feels like I'm just beating my head against a wall.
Well, you're right here, No Name.
Knowing the truth about Sovereign is brutal. It's nightmare stuff. I can't blame others for not wanting to believe it, but I know how important it is. So I keep trying. Fighting the good fight, right?
Forget Udina and the council. Join my crew and help me stop the collectors.
I'm too old to go racing across the galaxy. Much as I complain, I've got an important job to do here. The front line, that's got to be yours.
How long did it take to get this place back up to speed after the battle?
Still counting. The main areas of commerce and the most populated wards are complete. But estimates for total restoration are sitting around 5 years. The Keepers always surprise us, though. It's like our repairs are annoying. We'll put up an ugly new bulkhead, and in a few days, they've made it seamless. We never really thought of them as heavy lifters, and I have no idea where they get the resources. But we'd never get done without them.
I'm surprised no one can tell Sovereign isn't Geth technology. Didn't they examine the wreckage?
We don't have much to look at. Pieces of it rained all over the station. It was chaos, with who knows how many species combing the wards for their dead. We secured as much of it as we could. But between the Keepers and a whole lot of unauthorized salvage, there's no way to account for even half of that thing. Another reason why they don't want to acknowledge what Sovereign was.
I mean, in that sense, too, the Eyes of Sin, one of the reasons, too, is just in some cases, complicated stories don't always lend themselves to cable news. And so if you have to maintain a certain viewer share, it's sometimes very difficult to communicate a complicated story through sort of the main vectors of news information. So it may not even necessarily be a particular effort in terms of censorship, but I mean, at the risk of oversimplifying something that has a direct effect on Jamie Sam's life, like if you want to tell a story about an election in Brazil at the moment, do you begin with the candidate that is causing the greatest amount of concern? Do you talk about the violence in response to that? Do you talk about the context in which it's presented, in which there are sort of what seem to be legitimate grievances in terms of corruption, but the fact that this seems to be being used to push things in a more authoritarian direction than what I think most people would really want? Or do you even go to the fact that Brazil has not always been a democracy and that there's specific talk about how that was a good time? The challenge is, and I could explain too, like even if it's a Canadian story, so like in Canada, when the NAFTA negotiations were going on, the news reporting was very specific in terms of details about the policies, because there is an appetite for that in the country. But here are some considerations in terms of coverage. So the Canadian government is maybe not taking as big of a victory lap as they could, because they sort of know that the US government is watching, and they want to see whether or not Canada thinks that they've got what they wanted. As a hint, yeah, they really did. But if Canada seems too happy, then that will sort of be taken as the fact that they got what they wanted. So Canada's sort of pulling its punches a little bit electorally, even though we have an election coming up next year. The government isn't running around like talking about the wins that it got as loudly as it could, because if they do that, then the US trade representatives are going to feel like they kind of got screwed. And this has always been the case. Like Canada's always come to trade matters a lot more prepared than the Americans, because they have to. The Americans can throw around the size of their economy. Canada needs to worry about specific details and find ways that it can sort of dance around sort of this lumbering beast that is the United States. Oh, you don't know the half of it. I explained to Johnny why pickles were the front line of the trade war with the United States when it came down to the steel tariffs. But yeah, like if you want to sort of explain the nuance about an NAFTA deal, you can talk about the fact that softwood lumber is a trade irritant between Canada and the US, but it's not actually part of the free trade deal. or auto manufacture. There's actually a decrease in auto manufacture in Canada before the NAFTA renegotiation. There were certain cars that were made in Canada that were actually made in the States before all of this nonsense happened. Whether some of the concessions were really concessions that were given. I mean, one of the biggest things you can read about the trade deal is effectively it's just the US getting the stuff that they wanted in the TPP. All that's really happened is they pulled out a TPP and then they did something specifically that was TPP-ish with Canada, and then Canada got some stuff that it wanted out of it. But then the other thing, like if you want to understand political contexts in Canada, like the dairy provisions are a very specific thing for Quebec, which is an influential and important province for us. But that's a local politics matter. And then, of course, if you want to talk about Canada politics, you can talk about the fact that we only elect members of parliament. We don't elect the prime minister and we don't elect our Senate. But that's maybe not so important for a trade deal. But again, if you want a full understanding of these questions, like that takes some time, and it's really hard to imagine CNN wanting to cover something like that within any detail. But Jamie Sam's talking about Brazil, and this is something I'm interested in specifically from a personal view. So Jamie says, I think this presidential election is just a reminder of the morals and values that most of the population hold. The truth is that Brazil isn't a pretty country. If you're not straight, white, cisgender, or Catholic. Yeah, that's fair, Jamie Sam. It's really hard to get a read on some of these things too, because I know in Canada, like, we had a government which I don't ever really think had a consensus among the populace, but because the opposition parties were so weak for a long time, we actually had a more right-wing government than I think most people would normally associate with Canada, and we had that for a long time. And that was largely a function of the fact that the opposing parties were in disarray. And that was true before as well, that the more right-wing parties were sort of in disarray as well. And so sometimes there's a question in terms of whether or not it's the actual values of a country that are emerging, or if it's a reaction to the current state and just simply people taking advantage of it. But the real shame about it is that it seems that some forces that are largely negative for the well-being of the country overall are sort of ascendant. And sort of the hope is that people seeing the rise of those forces will sort of lead sort of people to sort of put the brakes on and to say it's like, no, there is a difference between being angry with the status quo and adopting an equally dangerous set of priorities. But the worst thing about this kind of stuff is that, like, I don't think it's bad to talk about politics personally, but I definitely think that there's a tendency for people to get really wrapped up in a particular political moment, and it breaks down conversation, and that's a shame. And I think the way around that is to talk about it. But as always, Jamie, I really do hope for the best for you. I wish I could do more, obviously. But it is something I read, and obviously knowing that you're part of the channel, I put a name to those stories rather than just read them as political abstractions.
Last I knew, we were still fighting holdouts.
Here and there, but they are increasingly disorganized. It's long since stopped being called a war, more like cleanup. Not that you can ever discount them, but we haven't had serious casualties for months. A civilian ship will spot an enclave, and we send in a squad to clear it. They're not quite the boogeymen they used to be.
Ashley Williams was on Horizon. She said she was looking into Cerberus.
I know. I approved the mission. We had to find out if they were behind the missing colonists. I couldn't tell anyone without compromising the investigation. I'm sorry.
I thought we were friends. Never expected you to go behind my back.
We didn't know about you at the time. And I wouldn't have told you if I did. What if the elusive man was manipulating you, lying to you? The report actually confirmed your story. I still don't trust Cerberus. But they were right about the collectors abducting the colonists. Unfortunately, Williams didn't find anything to convince the Council that the Reapers are behind this, or even that they exist.
I better go.
Of course, Shepard, I understand. I wish I could do more to help you. But if you ever want to talk, I'll be here. Just do me a favor and be careful. You can't trust Cerberus.
It is kind of neat to come back to the Citadel.
Purgatory has been destroyed following an apparent riot. Security ships are en route to the area to retrieve prisoners and guards from life pods.
It is kind of neat to come back to the Citadel after the events of the game. All right, I think I'm just gonna go through. Like, I don't see any means of. I don't see any means of getting out of here otherwise. So, I think I'm just gonna go through the elevators in order. So, level 26.
This clanless is a thief, and I want her arrested.
What? I was just walking by.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to take a statement here.
There's nothing to talk about. She stole my credit chit. Arrest her.
I did not. Just because I'm a Quarian.
I need you to stop and take a deep breath.
You're mocking me, Earth Clan. Just because the Vol Clan need...
It was a poor choice of words, sir. I apologize.
You say you're falsely accused?
I was walking to the used ship dealer when he barged into me outside the Serta Foundation. He didn't stop or say he was sorry. A minute later, he runs up with C-Sec and accuses me of stealing his damn chit.
You ran into each other outside the Serta Foundation. Is it possible the chit fell out of his pocket there?
I guess. Sure, all I know is I didn't take it.
Do you spend a lot of time at the used ship dealer?
Yeah, they've got a lot of nice models. I'd like to buy one and take it back to the fleet, but...
A ship would make a great pilgrimage gift.
You know about the pilgrimage?
I traveled with a Quarian who was on hers.
Wow. I didn't know anyone here would do that for one of us.
You say she stole your credit chit?
She must have. When I left the Serta Foundation store, she ran right into me.
How does running into you mean she stole your credit chit?
That's how pickpockets work. They bump into you and use that as a cover for rifling your pockets. You can't turn your back on these clanless Quarians. Thieves, all of them.
Are you sure you didn't leave your chit at the Serta Foundation?
Of course not. You think I'd make a mistake like that? I didn't even buy anything there. That chit stayed in my pocket.
Do you know who's telling the truth?
My Omni tool can tell the Quarian doesn't have a chit on her, but she could have stashed it to recover later. You know what Quarians are like. And she's definitely a vagrant. I'll run her in and see what Bailey wants to do with her.
I'll see if I can find out what happened.
Ma'am, this is a C-Sec matter. We'll do all we...
Bah!
All we can to resolve this. We don't need civilian help. If you do happen to find the chit, please let one of our officers know.
But I'm Shepard.
Be careful out there.
I really hate the way the Quarians get treated in this. Like, I like the species a lot, so I really hate it when they're treated like this.
I just got a refund and exchange, and I was told to pick up a new Omni-Gel converter here.
I don't think you have the right place.
No, they said to go to the warehouse. This is the warehouse.
Wouldn't a refreshing, delicious Tupari sports drink hit the spot right now? Tupari, now available with...
Look, it took me a long time to get this refund. It's a Cision Omni-Gel converter. He said there'd be one waiting. No, I got the refund.
If there is something for me to do here, it has eluded me.
I just talked to him on the Wards Market. He sent me here. Come on, why do I need a service order?
The Wards Market? Why would you come from...
What do you think, Michael? Maybe the immunobooster? It's supposed to help with alien bacteria.
We can get whatever you'd like for little Jake, Rebecca.
Wait, the immunobooster can delay muscle development.
Good day, citizen. Welcome to the Serta Foundation outlet on Zakera Ward.
Avolis was in here not too long ago. Did he drop a credit chip?
And not that I saw. He didn't purchase anything.
If everything's done by catalog, why are you here?
Customer service. Returns, exchanges, and group rates.
Can I get a group
find
rate?
That sales are better when there's someone to personally interact with. Though I'm not sure why a human company exclusively hires Asari to work their stores.
I bet I can tell you why.
Tell me about your store.
The Serta Foundation is a human organization known for its genetic therapy regimens and genetically engineered products. Serta is probably best known for the development of Metagel.
Thanks for your time.
Of course, citizen.
Don't really know if I want the extra metagel capacity. It's kind of expensive. You know what? Let's go for it.
This might be useful.
The nerve enhancements say that there are occasional motor control side effects.
Jake loves to run. What if it makes him fall down?
So I sell band games.
He's a perfectly healthy toddler.
I felt her hand.
Please move along.
Let's go.
Be careful out there.
I wish I knew what was going on with the credit. I don't know. I don't really remember this mission all too well.
Shepard, we know times are tough. Station records show that you made only 0 credits last year. If you need something to get you to your next paycheck on error, dig not found, Let Cause Pawn and Payday Loan can help. We offer you credit on the spot for personal and home electronic devices, precious metals and jewels, genetic assay data, and virtual intelligences.
I really like the Elcor.
Questions asked. All we need is your...
So which tech module are we supposed to get?
With confusion. I thought you knew.
What? No. All I heard Varanus say was, pick up a module.
Welcome to Saranus Applications. Can I interest you? Ah, Shepard!
Do I know you?
No, but I know you. Even a senile Hanar would remember the human who fought off the Geth. I thought you were dead.
Yeah, I've been getting that a lot.
Please, look around the store. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Avolis was in here not too long ago. Did he drop a credit chip?
Oh, yes. He bought some environmental system drivers, then left without his chip.
Ah!
I didn't notice he'd left until he was already gone.
Oh, you already said that. No,
behind the counter.
I'd like to buy something.
Oh, it's all automated these days. There's a catalog interface over there.
Thanks for your time.
Saranus will be there when you need us.
Tech damage. Don't really need. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna run out of money. I'm gonna leave those for now.
Serta Foundation is likely to close by the end of this fiscal year. The Foundation never recovered from a deadly attack by biotic extremists on one of its medical centers.
You ever had ramen? It's a delicacy back on Earth.
Can I just have the
What can I
supply?
get you?
Hey, racist.
Please move along.
You forgot your credit shit at Saranus Applications. The clerk's holding it for you.
Oh. Well, the Quarian could have stolen it.
I'll close this event report, but I'll be watching you. Get a permanent residence, or I'll run you in for vagrancy.
Are you two serious?
What?
You falsely accused this girl of stealing from you. All you have to say now is that she could have stolen it?
Now, just a minute.
And you. She gets harassed and insulted by this guy, and you throw in a threat to arrest her for vagrancy.
How about if I run you in for obstruction of justice?
You think you're gonna run in a Spectre? I think both of you should get out of here.
Son of a...
Thank you. I wish I could give you something more than words.
Can you take care of yourself from here?
I guess. I mean, most nights I eat nutrient paste in a Turian shelter, but I'm surviving. Thanks.
The meat isn't fresh out here, but you won't find any better dried seaweed on the station.
I'm going to hang him up as a trophy in my quarters. I don't know, I just really like the Quarians.
Greetings, EarthClan. You will find many excellent ships for sale here. Only slightly used, yes.
I don't think I have any other options. So we're level 26 here. I mean, I would trust Evolus. Well, I like Tali quite a bit, but like just the idea of the Quarians and generally the Quarian characters that I run into, I like quite a bit.
A quiet candlelight vigil is planned for hostages who died during the Batarian attack on Terra Nova. Reverend Michael Bowman, whose daughter Kate died in the fighting, is holding a non-denominational prayer service on the anniversary of the attack.
If you're wondering why I go to obvious dead ends, the main reason is just there's sometimes things that, like Garrus will say in areas, so I want to see if I can trigger those where I can.
I hear this is the best place for food on Zakera Ward.
You heard wrong. This is the best place for food on the whole damn Citadel.
You're just reminded of Me Proficient Femshep Flash. I don't think I've seen that. Ascension novel, written by human author Drew Karpshin. The popular military historical novel Ascension focuses on several lives warped or destroyed by the human survivalist cult Cerberus. The Revelations novel. Revelation is a popular military historical novel by human writer Drew Karpshin that dramatizes human conflicts and political expansion following the 2148 discovery of the Prothean mass relay on Pluto and the beginning of human galactic exploration. Alright, so we've got our sub-quests handled. Nope, there's Captain Bailey again. And we have completed our circuit, so... this is a way out. Into the interrogation room.
Yes?
I should be going.
You need anything else, let me know.
There we go. Okay, so we've got 27 dock. I don't think I've been to 28 yet, though. See, one thing that was weird for me about the ammo powers is in the previous game, ammo powers seemed to give you a bonus to one thing and a negative to the other, but it feels like in this one they're all purely positive. Oh, we've been here before. All right. Yeah, so the problem here is I'm already pretty late. So I'm trying to think whether or not I can... I just want to go back to the Normandy, man. There's a side of me that wants to do another mission, but I don't know if I can do a mission in the time that... Like, it's already midnight here, so I don't know if I'd be able to get a complete mission done. Can I guess that you would prefer to see a full mission rather than a partial mission? Or... I don't know. I'm pretty sure if I ask, do you want to see more stuff? You know, the answer is always going to be yes. Well, here's what I can do.
You've received a new message at your private terminal.
I can't promise another mission, but we can at least do the remaining. We can do the remaining story bits with the side missions, and then we'll figure out where we're at. A gift of words from Consort Shaira. Commander, I thought that my gift of words had been incorrect, an embarrassing notion, but my contacts tell me that you yet survive. I'm pleased to hear that your journey continues, though I sense that you head towards an even deeper darkness. When you fought Saren, only your resolve was tested, but now I fear that you cannot rely on your own strength. Take whatever steps you must do to ensure that those battling at your side will fight with clear minds and glad hearts. Be well. Consort Shaira. You're not dead, from Emily Wong. You're alive. How come you broke whatever cover you've been under for 2 years but didn't offer an exclusive interview with your favorite reporter? Whenever you come up for air and are ready to talk, let me know. Emily Wong. Thank you again, from Samesh Bahita. Commander Shepard, Mr. Udina offered to pass on a message for me. I wished again to express my thanks for your assistance in retrieving my wife's body. While nothing can ever banish the pain of losing Nirali, being able to see that her body was treated properly helped me more than you can imagine. I've opened the restaurant that my wife always wished to start back on Earth. Nirali's picture hangs on the wall, and Alliance soldiers eat for free. It is the least that I can do to honor the courage with which both you and my wife have served humanity. Sincerely, Shamesh Bahita. So yeah, one thing I like a lot about this is the constant callbacks to your actions in the first game. All right. We'll definitely do the, like, turn in these, and I'll see if I can get another mission done.
Commander, those provisions you provided were perfect. I owe you. I've already thrown together some of my calamari gumbo. Here, try a bite. Truth told, it's based on an Asari recipe. Seems a little cannibalistic to me with their tentacle heads and all, but they ain't no good grub. Anyway, thanks again. You really came through.
How may I help you, Commander?
I have a present for you, Doc.
Sarah's ice brandy? You didn't. Thank you. I always regretted not opening that original bottle when I still could. I won't make the same mistake again. Why don't we open this bottle right here, right now, you and me?
You crack open the bottle. I'll get the glasses.
I thought Alenko's biotic display might have broken Jenkins' back, but Jenkins pops up and yells, "That was awesome!" Oh, Jenkins. Soldiers like him make the Alliance great. Cerberus lacks the same enthusiasm.
With your service record, you could have gotten a tour of duty on any Alliance ship. Why'd you really leave?
Maybe it's less about leaving and more about staying. As a military doctor, I mostly treat people who are in bad shape. Often they die. And if I can help them, they move on. Either way, they leave.
Don't you have any friends or family?
No, not lacking friendship. Just stability. Jeff. Joko will always have Vrolic syndrome. He would never admit it, but he needs my help, and he always will. I wish it weren't, but sadly, it's true.
Treating Joker gives you a kind of stability.
So does this ship, even if it's a copy. Or, hell, maybe it's you, Shepard. Our immovable center. A place for a person to stop and catch her breath. Or maybe I'm just happily drunk. Would it hurt if it was simple like that for once?
Here's to simply being happily drunk.
I'll drink to that.
I probably could have done a better toast, to be honest.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
Oh, I'm gonna take a look at my toys, and then, because you all asked so nicely, I'm gonna try and do one more mission. Fish, 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 fish. See, if this music was playing, I'd like start by crouching down, and then I'd slowly move up and see all the ships. Space hamster. Can I dance? Oh. That's a shame. Every opportunity this shepherd will dance. Okay. If I do one of the Firewalker ones, I think you guys are gonna get mad at me. So, I think Ilium is the Miranda. Yeah, so this is tricky. But you know what? I like Tali, so we're gonna do Tali. But how could I turn down an opportunity to do probes? All the ones that I did previously, like the ones that I sort of skipped through, I'm gonna do those on my own time. But seeing as I'm in the area. If anybody has a discussion topic they want to bring up, an AMA, comments, feelings, complaints, requests.
Probe launched.
I was talking about my average appearance. There's at least one person in chat who knows what I look like, or what I look like. If Johnny's here, he knows.
Probe away.
In fairness, Eyes of Sin has only seen me from the waist down. Thank you, Snapchat. Sorry, that was really terrible.
Probe launched. Probe away. Launching probe. Probe launched.
Fresh bouquet of iridium. How does that go with the flotilla?
Probe launched. Probe launched.
I wish it were this easy to find credits this way. I actually wound up spending a lot on the Citadel.
Probe. Probe launched.
Wow, this is a really rich planet. That or I'm a really bad miner.
Probe away.
There we go. Oh, there's a character that I think gives you like extra probes too. I probably should have gone for them. But you know what? It's never wrong to add Tali to the party. Especially because I think Tali and like a strong biotic was my like standard pairing.
Probe away. Probe launched. Launching probe. Launching probe.
So one more bit.
Probe launched.
I mean, that just makes sense, right? Who wouldn't want to talk about? Formerly a Quarian colony, Haestrom was established to observe the phenomena on Dolan, the system parent star. Dolan appears to be unstable, with a high possibility of erupting prematurely into a red giant. I have the same problem sometimes. Haestrom was lost to the Geth in 1896 CE. Soon after, all communication from the planet and its attendant space station ceased. The Geth have shown no signs of treating Dolan as a threat over the past 3 centuries, other than establishing several space stations near it. Dolan's magnetic eruptions and solar output overwhelm most communications near it, and it's unclear how the Geth have compensated. Today, SPICE probe scans indicate extensive orbital construction around Haestrom, housing thousands of Geth platforms and an unknown number of Geth software mines. It does not know how many Geth are on the planet's surface. SPY probes face interference from Dolan, making remote scanning difficult. Resource estimations based on Geth mining, refining, and fabricating practices suggest that the planet has at least 20 more years of use before it is exhausted. Intelligence experts speculate that the Geth have not exploited all of the resources because they wish to keep some in reserve for repairs. Travel advisory. Haestrom is a Geth stronghold. Military spy drones using cutting-edge stealth technology are the only vehicles that have returned unharmed from Geth space. All civilian traffic is prohibited. I've been pretty happy. The only thing about the Garrus Jack combo is that I actually don't really think I need the sniper rifle. So shotgun assault rifle, heavy pistol shotgun. It's not a lot of assault rifle people, so it's grunt. Or it's Garrus. I'll try the Garrus Jack combo one more time. What music do I like? Good question, Jamie Sam. So I recently got Apple Music, That's done a really good job of sort of letting me know, like, from actual revealed preference, what my favorite is. I'll wait for the cinematic to finish.
Our data indicates that Tali is somewhere in these ruins. There is considerable Geth activity and an environmental hazard. Solar output has overwhelmed Hastrom's protective magnetosphere. Exposure to direct sunlight will damage your shields.
So it definitely is a mood thing. I do listen to a lot of game soundtracks, but I think that's cheating. I've been listening to a lot of jazz lately. And actually quite a bit of sort of lots of piano stuff. I do enjoy classical, but if I'm looking for something a little more, how should I put it, like something a little more action-packed or something to... Okay, apparently my allies don't care much about the damage.
I'm having serious issues with my shields.
Get the hell out of the sun!
You're out of the sun. But yeah, if I need something a little more like action-packed, I tend to like electronic, but I also go for some harder stuff if the mood takes me. So like my nerdy history side likes, Sabaton, but yeah, I've definitely been listening to a lot of jazz lately. And how you doing, Captain Shield? You actually, so the people who are inside chat. The people in chat asked nicely, so I'm doing one extra mission. But I hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by.
Incoming dropship.
Oh, I forgot. I like this song a lot. I think this is one of my... I think this was one of the missions where I was like, holy crap, this is a really good game. And I think the music had a big part to play in that.
Firing a high impact shot.
Like, I'm pretty sure if memory serves, Tali gets like a big...
We're roasting out here.
Gets like a big hero moment in this, at the end of this one. I have got to find a way to participate in this fight. Oh, I picked a rotten spot. Oh, did I ever. I skipped out on most of it, Captain Shield, and I realized that that's actually going to cause me problems later. But that's fine. I think I'll be able to figure it out. Problem is, like, I like the mining, but I realize that I spend so much time talking between dialogue that it really puts a cramp on. Like, it really does put a cramp on,
And stay down.
on some of the story bits. Better the door than a window, Garrus. So yeah, I really do need to get better at sort of dividing those priorities. The catch is that, like, even if we wind up talking about, you know, Brazil election or something like that, like, I do sometimes feel... Like, even if it's not something that directly falls out of the game, or it's only tangentially related, like, I think especially for a game like Mass Effect, like, obviously science fiction is not just about weird places. There are always stories about, you know, the time in which they're written, and they're, you know, they're communicating something... MB Tempest submachine gun acquired. The following squad members are able to use this weapon. So, like, obviously, science fiction is as much a reflection of its time as it is, you know, these weird and wonderful stories. So, you know, it is a way of engaging with these stories to talk about some of the things that come up while playing it. But I also appreciate that I probably weigh a little more heavily on the talking end of things. How come I skipped? Just I was conscious of the fact I wasn't doing a lot of missions.
Can we provide assistance?
Patch your radio into channel 617 Theta. We're on a stealth mission, high risk. We found what we were after. The Geth found us. They've got us pinned down. Can't get to our ship. Can't transmit data through the solar radiation.
What's the status of your team? How many of you are left?
We're a small squad, dozen Marines plus the science team.
I actually didn't know how multiplayer worked in ME3. No name.
What brought you this deep into Geth-controlled space?
You're asking the wrong person, Shepard. I just point and shoot. Something about the sun. It's going bad faster than it should. Some kind of energy problem.
Any idea where the Geth came from?
One of the patrol ships found us. Dropships started raining Geth down on our heads before we could get off-world. Systems under Geth control. We knew they made planetary sweeps periodically. We hoped going low emissions would hide us.
Do we have to worry about the Geth sending in reinforcements?
I don't think so. The patrol ship hasn't lifted off yet. The radiation blocks all off-world communication.
How are you holding up? We can be there in a few minutes.
Take it slow and careful. Direct sunlight fries your shields all to hell. We're bunkered down at base camp across the valley. I left Talizora at a secure shelter that double back to hold the choke point. Getting Tali out safely is our top priority. If you can extract her, we'll keep them off you.
You got confirmation that the Geth haven't reached Tali yet?
Affirmative. Left my best men with her. When you get here, you can talk to her on the comm. Every Marine on this rock is sworn to protect Talizora.
That's cool. No name.
Hold position. We'll hit their back ranks.
Wait, watch your ass. We got a dropship coming in.
Is that a drop ship in, like, the same way that an A-10 drops bombs?
Doorway's blocked. Grab the demo charges in the buildings nearby. Use them to clear a path.
Shepard, I have scanned the area and located the demolition charges the quarry commander mentioned.
Oh god, I love this gun.
Set the charges to clear the rubble.
Well, thank you for saying so, Jamie Sam. I mean, there is no one right answer. You know, I'm obviously a smaller caster, so in one sense, I'm sure there's a question in terms of how much of a universal appeal I have, but I've never necessarily wanted that, so that's not necessarily the right metric for me to use. And there's obviously the just talking category on Twitch. So there's clearly an appetite for people who, you know, have a more, you know, more talkative approach. So it's really, I don't really think there's a question in terms of like, I think there can definitely be streams with too little talking. I'm never sure that there's an objective measure of like what the right ratio of talk to gameplay is. I think as long as it's relevant and as long as it matters to the people who are watching your channel, that's probably what matters more than, you know, I mean, like, it wouldn't be the hardest thing in the world for me to, you know, to actually measure how much talking I was doing. Relative to gameplay, but I don't know what that would tell me. Like, you know, what is the ideal ratio? I think as long as you guys keep coming and watching and having a good time, I'm doing well. And if I notice people are dropping out when I have sort of extended dialogue, I mean, I can see all this stuff on YouTube, by the way, but YouTube isn't necessarily the primary audience. Although, again, if you're watching this on YouTube, apologies. It's not that I'm ignoring you. It's just, you know, the people here immediately are going to be the ones that I wind up... I keep forgetting to use my AI control ability. But yeah, it's just one of these ones where, you know, there's lots of different directions that you can go with it, and there's not necessarily an objective right answer. So you do the best to navigate what you have. You do the best to work with what people are telling you in the chat, either through their actions or through their statements. And you grow. I mean... That's what makes this interesting.
We need a core sample to get a timeline on the rate of radiation increase, but our equipment keeps dying on us. Shepard once used a mining laser to clear some rubble back on Therum. Maybe I can do something similar with demolition charges.
I don't know if it's the same with... I swear to God, my team loves sabotaging me.
That's me, dumbass.
Although I do love this, like, Jack's clearly running in front of my shots, but I do love the fact that she's totally sassing you when you get in the way. Yeah, and this is the thing, like, it would... If I'm completely honest with you, Captain Shields, like, it would require a very clear signal that what I was doing was like alienating the audience. Like, you know, the fact that there's a really big drop in subs is not something that makes me reevaluate the streaming format, because I know there are other factors behind that. And it sucks, but it's not something where I'm like, you know, I need to become your boy YOLO Swag 420 to, you know, to compensate for that. But with that in mind, I also want to keep myself open to experimentation. Because I think, you know, if I didn't do that when I... what the hell is this? Please let me get behind cover. Okay, this is not the weapon I want to use. You know what? Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's just, I thought it was in a different place last time. Whenever they change the positions on stuff for me, I get confused and alarmed. But yeah, I mean, the most important thing that I need to keep in mind is that when I started streaming, I broadcast in a different way that I do now. Not in a substantially different way, but there are things that I stopped doing that I think were good choices. So a really great example, this was a hard one for me to do on Tuesday, by the way. There was somebody who I've actually met in person. I really like their stuff. They make some creative works that I really enjoy, but they weren't active in chat. So here's an example of something that I've changed, which doesn't seem like a really big deal, but it's a good example of like how you get signals from how people respond to your channel. I gotta get out of the sun for a bit. So I used to greet everyone who came into the channel. If I saw a name pop up in the list, I would say hi. Now the challenge with that is that makes some lurkers very uncomfortable. People kind of feel like they're being called out, or like there's a pressure to chat, and that's not necessarily what's being communicated, and everyone doesn't necessarily take it that way. But the fact that some people sort of felt like they were being singled out when they just wanted to watch led to a situation where they were not enjoying the stream as much as they could have. So that's a really easy thing for me to change, because I realize how I'm coming across rather than how I intend to come across. But it sometimes requires like a few lost viewers or something like that to realize that that's not necessarily what people want.
It's next to impossible to get accurate solar measurements. The radiation keeps burning out our equipment. This sun shouldn't be like this. It was stable a few hundred years ago. Stars don't die that quickly.
So yeah, that's probably like a really minor example of the kinds of changes or the kinds of sort of reflection you can do about a stream. But I always think it's important to sort of keep curious about that kind of stuff, because it, in my opinion, it sort of keeps you looking for, like, so the ideal improvements really are the ones that give you give you small gains, but you don't necessarily like completely reform the way you go about streaming. So I know this will bring me back to that upper area. I just want to see if there's any other little things I can pick up. Oh yeah, I agree completely, Captain Shields. Like, especially for me, because I don't have a camera. Like, if I don't interact with chat, what am I doing? Like, Mass Effect's fun and all, and it's a good story, but like, what the hell am I doing if I'm not, if I'm not adding value? Huh. I thought I had AI. Protected by shields. Yeah, exactly. Another great example of this would be, so I'm obviously very conscious of the fact that since Cultist Simulator was a thing, there is a bigger audience for my YouTube stuff than there was before. It's not a substantially large YouTube audience, but it's one that I want to be sort of conscious of. I think I'm going to try the shutters just to see what happens. So a really good example of it burns! But I bet it's dark down there. Thanks, Captain Shields. It's an Arthur C. Clarke quote. I wish I could say that I came up with that, but I am not as clever as the author of 2001: A Space Odyssey, among many other fine science fiction titles. Okay, I guess I better go blow up this pillar. While I blow this up, I'm trying to think of the thing I was going to say before. I definitely have a very silly streak, Captain Shield, so I'm 100% on board with the sentiment expressed in that one. But yeah, I mean, so a really good example here is the fact that I've got a really positive thing in the form of a YouTube audience that will watch some of my stuff. And if I can come up with ways that are good to interact with the chat here, keep it entertaining for the live audience, which is sort of my bread and butter, but to do so in a way that makes it engaging for a YouTube audience, that's ideal for me. I've considered about putting chat on the screen, but the problem is that that's more stuff that's cluttering up the screen and potentially interfering with the game, and I don't feel like that benefits. I feel like that's a pure benefit to YouTube rather than Twitch. By the way, if any of you are looking for little Twitch side projects or something like that, if you had a program that would capture chat and would then superimpose it on a YouTube video, that would be something that I would personally be very interested in. I sort of think it's the sort of thing I might be able to code myself, but I've already got too many projects to work on. But for those of you who are like Twitch developers, that is actually something that I think would be very helpful for people. But yeah, like, you know, if little things like that, like there are benefits to me thinking about how people are coming to the stream and how people are experiencing it. And that will potentially allow me...
Quarian architecture. There's two words you don't expect to hear together.
Why would the Quarians risk death by coming here?
I think one of the... I think that's the best way to approach it personally. If you sit down, you say... You know, what's going on right now? How are people engaging with it? And is there something I can do better? As you say, Jamie Sam, you know, stay curious. I don't think there's anything lost by doing that, because you can always go back to the old way if it didn't work out. You'll actually be very happy about next week then, No Name.
This should come in handy.
All right. Let's see. Yes, nothing I'm announcing yet, but there will definitely be some things that are coming up on related to Cultist Simulator next week for sure.
Our ancestors walked these halls with uncovered heads. The sun must have been normal back then. So much space, walls of stone. It's amazing. I wish my friends could see it. I wish Shepard were here.
Well, next week the Dancer DLC gets released, so I'm definitely going to be doing more Cultist Simulator, but there's actually a couple of special things that I'm going to be doing, which I'm keeping sort of mysterious right now. But definitely there's going to be some events related to that. So.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Tally, it's Shepard. I'm sorry. Everyone here is dead. Any survivors must have fallen back.
We knew this mission was high risk. Damn it. And what are you doing here, Shepard? We're in the middle of Geth space.
I was in the neighborhood. I thought you might need a hand.
Thanks for coming, Shepard. It means a lot to hear your voice. Carl Rieger and what's left of the Marines got me into the observatory. From where you are, it's through the door and across the field. I got to the data I needed and I'm safe for now, but I've got a lot of Geth outside.
What is this research you're after?
It's about this world's sun. It's aging faster than it should. I can tell you more about it once we've got fewer Geth shooting at us.
There's another concept from Starflight, by the way.
Would it help if I brought in the Normandy?
Doubtful. These buildings are centuries old. If you bring down heavy fire, this whole place could collapse on us.
Is anyone else still with you, or are you alone out there?
Rieger had a team of Marines covering me when I ran for the observatory. At least some of them are still alive.
I can hear them firing at the Geth outside.
It looks like somebody sealed the door against the Geth, and the console's damaged. Can you get it open on your end?
Let me see. Yes, I can do it. Here. Should be unlocked now. Be careful, Shepard, and please do what you can to keep Rieger alive.
We've been spotted.
I'll destroy
One less to worry. There we go.
I've made terrible mistakes. Jesus. Captain Shield says, my experience when watching your streams is you always have a good time. Small bits you've attended. Whatever you say regarding streaming is always interesting for you to hear. And I interact with you and others in chat. So in a nutshell, there's always a reason for you to come back. I really appreciate that, Captain Shields. It's one of the things that I always find funny for myself. There's a lot of streamers who I really like you know, Tuesday Gray or Kitch22 or you know, Johnny Big Timer that. And obviously I don't mind shouting them out because I sort of feel like I'm sort of in my home here. So if I... Jesus Christ. It's sort of up to me to try and like introduce someone, but generally I sometimes find it hard to say in public to someone, hey, I really like your stuff. But from my perspective, like, it's very easy to get very, like, discouraged or, you know, or just, you know, feel a little pessimistic about streaming in general. Because it's one of these things that takes up a lot of time, especially to do it well. So, like, I really appreciate it when you guys say nice stuff. I mean, even when there's feedback in terms of room for improvement, especially, like, when it's presented in a respectful or a, you know, or in a spirit of trying to make things better. I appreciate that too, but I kind of appreciate, at least in my case, I always find it a little awkward to give people like a compliment on Twitch. Or, you know, just sometimes, like, especially if it's somebody like Tuesday Gray who's partnered, like, you know, it's like, they don't need another person telling them they're awesome. Like, I'm not even sub to her. But for me, I can never really hear that enough. So, thank you very much. Can I hack that? I will admit, I do like some of, I definitely like some of Jack's response dialogue. Probably not, Jamie Sam. I've never really tried. I used to, like, when I was a kid, I was in like a choir, but I didn't really stick with it.
Watch out, piece of crap's repairing itself.
Damn it. Alright, I'm gonna have to engage with it a little bit closer. But yeah, I mean,
The Colossus is back on its feet.
The challenge too is sounding a little too meaty.
Migrant fleet Marines. We talked on the radio before that dropship arrived. I still got no idea why you're here. This ain't the time to be picky. Tally's inside over there. The Geth killed the rest of my squad, and they're trying to get to her. Best I've been able to do is draw their attention.
Are you sure she's still alive?
The observatory is reinforced. Even the Geth will need time to get through it. And it's hard to hack a door when someone's firing rockets at you. The Geth are near platoon strength, but the Colossus is the worst part. It's got a repair protocol. Huddles up and fixes itself. I can't get a clear shot while it's down like that. I tried to move in closer, and one of the bastards punched a shot clean through my suit.
How bad is your suit damage?
Combat seals clamped down to isolate contamination, and I'm swimming in antibiotics. The Geth might get me, but I'm not gonna die from an infection in the middle of a battle. That's just insulting.
I do like this dialogue.
What can you tell me about the battlefield?
Right side's got a catwalk with a sniper perch. You could wreak some havoc from there, but none of my men made it past the Geth. Middle's got cover, but the damn Colossus has a clear shot at you the whole time, and you've got Geth coming in from both sides. The left gives you some cover from the Colossus, but your ass is hanging out for the Geth. That's how I got shot.
Any ideas on how to deal with the Colossus?
Standard protocol with Arbiter-class units is to sabotage the shields and whittle it down, you know? Kill it with bug bites. But the repair protocol blows that plan to hell. You try to wear it down, it just huddles up and fixes itself. So whatever we do has to scrap that bastard fast. Probably means getting up close, past that cover.
We need to get to Tally. Got any ideas?
Just one. I'm not moving so well, but I can still pull a trigger. And I got a rocket launcher that the sun hasn't fried yet. You move in close. I'll keep the Colossus busy. Maybe even drop its shields. With luck, you'll be able to finish it off.
You've done enough, Rieger. You don't need to throw your life away.
Wasn't asking your permission. My job is to keep Tally safe. This is our best.
We don't have enough people on our side for you to take one for the team. Stand down.
I'm not gonna stand there while you run into enemy fire. They killed my whole squad.
And if you want to honor your squad, watch my back. I need you here in case they bring reinforcements.
All right, Shepard. We'll do it your way. Hit him for me. Kilos alive.
Look out!
I'm trying to find a way to the sniper perch, but... I'll work with what I got right now. Ouch. Ugh. Garrus really loves getting in my way. You kidding me? Damn it.
Incoming.
I don't know how Jack got there, but I'm proud of her. Yeah, I mean, what's the point in saving the world if you can't look good, right? Shit, get out of...
What? One less to worry about.
Now we go to the other side just to make sure that I can't get, or that I can get more loot. It's definitely refined iridium down below. Yeah, I don't know how I was supposed to do anything about this.
Through my shields.
As long as I don't die, I'm happy. I just want to really get all the resources I can. Oh, Jesus. If they keep spawning, that's not good. There's the iridium I wanted.
One less to worry about. One less to worry about.
Once you know you can take one of those things like head on, you don't feel so bad about it. Quite the spread on that thing. I want the loot. And now I realize I could have looted everything after killing the Geth.
Just let me finish this download.
Really? Look, the next season of Game of Thrones will still be here when you get it.
Thank you, Shepard. If not for you, I would never have made it out of this room. This whole mission has been a disaster. I wish I'd joined you back on Freedom's Progress, but I couldn't let anyone take my place on something this risky.
A lot of Quarians lost their lives here. Was it worth it?
I don't know, Shepard. It wasn't my call. The Admiralty Board believed the information here was worth sacrificing all our lives for. I have to believe that they know what's best.
I'm curious, Jamie Sam, what about it appeals to you? I obviously like it quite a bit, but I'm intrigued by what your
I didn't ask what some admiral thought. I asked what you thought.
A lot of people died here. Some of them were my friends. All of them were good at their jobs. That damn data better be worth it. The price was too high.
What can you tell me about your research here?
Haystrom's sun is destabilizing. Back when this was a Quarian colony, it was a normal star. It shouldn't change that quickly.
Any idea what's destabilizing the sun?
If I had to guess, I'd say that it was dark energy affecting the interior of the star. The effect is similar to when stars blow off mass to enter a red giant phase. But Haystrom's sun is far too young for this to be natural.
Yeah, I think Mass Effect 2 did a better job with the combat personally. I'm told number 3 is supposed to have the best on it, but I think one of the things that I like so much, so I think this game sort of appeals to the side of me that likes playing Telltale games, because the story is very It's very well realized. You have some interesting options. You're able to nudge the story into ways that you you might find interesting. You kind of get to play the space opera hero that you think is most appropriate. But I also think that the appeal is a little bit greater than from the Telltale stuff, because Telltale, you're limited in a lot of these dialogue scenes. These dialogue scenes enhance, well, it's one way or the other. Like, if you like the combat, you have these nice little breaks in between where you get to express yourself in another way. But on the other hand, if you like a story, this still gives you, the combat, I think, gives you a little something to do in between. And this is where I think Mass Effect 2 really has an edge, because I think the missions in Mass Effect 2 are relatively short. And so if you want to just revel in the story, you can read all the codex entries, you can read the journal, you can spend a lot of time thinking about these little segments. But if you just want to get into the combat, that's fine, because you can pretty rapidly go from like mission to mission and have a good time. So I think this one really does the balance. But in terms of the story, I think, so the thing that appeals to me the most about the story is that, it's so the way I'm going for this is it's a big space epic, and I'm definitely playing a hero which is sort of the absolute ideals of humanity. And they're generally doing the right thing, and, the big appeal for me in the story too are there's moments where like you do the big rousing speech to like get the crew all to work together. Like there's those moments inside the game. So if you like watching science fiction television, like if you like Battlestar Galactica or Stargate, or you just like this sort of stuff, I think the appeal of the Mass Effect story is that you get to live that story, and you get to, it's not so much that you fully steer the story. Like at no point can, at least in the first 2 games, do you as Shepard say, you know what, screw this, I'm siding with the Reapers and I'm gonna harvest all living, species in the universe. Or galaxy, I guess. You're always going to have some combat against the Reapers. Now, who you work with to achieve that, and your methods towards that goal are a little bit more in your control. So I think the thing that really appeals to me about Mass Effect is the fact that it's got this nice core story, which is a big science fiction world with, lots of interesting ideas and lots of different species. And if you like that sort of stuff, you can just jump in with both feet and just revel in it and find out what the difference between like a Krogan, a Turian, and a Quarian are, and what it means to be on the Council, and why it's a big deal that humanity is now on the Council where some of the older species aren't. But it doesn't become so navel-gazy that you feel like you've just got some guy who couldn't sell his science fiction fantasy novel just sitting down over your shoulder and saying, it's like, oh, and did you know this fact about the Quarians and this fact about the Quarians? Like, your engagement with this world is as much as you want. And if you just want to be, a guns blazing hero, that's fine. And then on top of the combat, you get to do the heroic speech, which I think is like a fun step above that. And in terms of combat, Melted Igloo, thank you very much for that follow. If you want to be someone who, like if you wanted to say, I'm only interested in a cover-based shooter, I could care less about Mass Effect's 2 story, that's totally fine, but there's mechanical reasons why you want to help your crew members. If you've got a favorite person who you always bring with you on a mission, so like I know Johnny really likes the Krogan characters, he'll want to do the loyalty mission because that gives the Krogan character new powers. So Mass Effect never forgets that it's a game and that you actually want to have an interactive experience. But what's so fun about this is that you get to nudge this story and sort of tailor it to the sort of thing that you want to see. If you want to play a totally unlikable Shepard, pick all the Renegade options. But in my case, I definitely want to play a larger-than-life, heroic, you know, she-shep. Anyway.
Whatever the reason, I'm glad I could help. Once you deliver that data...
Yes, Melted Igloo.
I promised to see this mission through. I did. I can leave with you and send the data to the fleet. And if the admirals have a problem with it, they can go to hell. I just watched the rest of my team die.
Maybe not the whole rest of your team, ma'am.
Rieger, you made it.
I'll just wait till after the dialogue to talk about System Shock.
Damn Colossus never stood a chance.
Yeah, so System Shock 2... See, the neat thing about System Shock 2 is the limitations that they face in making the game. So the characters don't necessarily look all that real, and obviously it was a time when you kind of had to fit a game on like a CD or DVD. But what's so interesting about System Shock 2 is that they use those limitations to their advantage. There's definitely things that are harmful, but the ship is really just lonely and unpleasant, and it's full of atmosphere, despite the fact that, you know, now, you know, you can make Grand Theft Auto and it can be like 100 gigabytes and, you know, it's just full of stuff, you know. Or Skyrim, you know, everywhere you go in Skyrim there's something to do. And System Shock 2 just has this really atmospheric world, and it's also got a really interesting science fiction story. It's got a really cool twist in it too. Even the original System Shock holds up, although it's definitely much more a product of its time, whereas I think System Shock 2, I think most modern most modern gamers would be, as long as they can sort of like, as long as they can sort of hop on the ride, you know, you can see it through to the end. I think if you can stand the original Deus Ex, then you'll probably like System Shock 2. If you didn't like the original Deus Ex, then you're probably going to get frustrated with System Shock 2. But yeah, Melted Igloo's he's absolutely right. We actually did half of System Shock 2. I really should come back to that game. But another great example of an interesting science fiction story, and one that that really sort of leaned into the technology of and you know, turned the limitations that it had at the time into positives. And sorry, Melted Igloo, I didn't see you say hi, love the stream title before. Thank you. I need to give credit where it's due. The reason it's in quotations is because it's from Arthur C. Clarke. I can only claim the cleverness of being someone who's read enough to know that Arthur C. Clarke wrote it. But I'm glad that people like it as much as I do.
If need be, the Normandy can get you out of here, Rieger.
The Geth didn't damage our ship. As long as we get out of here before reinforcements show up, we'll be fine.
Actually, I won't be going with you. I'm joining Commander Shepard.
I'll pass the data to the Admiralty port and let them know what happened. She's all yours now, Shepard. Keep her safe.
Oh, it's already done. And yeah, so Sean B, sorry, it seems that I missed a bit of dialogue. So, oh my God, there's a lot of people. Sorry, I seem to miss a lot of chat. So, I know I answered the singing question. Yes. So yeah, obviously a bit about Telltale. A bit about Telltale going under. I'm thinking of writing a blog about that. The one problem is I really don't like writing takes about studios closing when people are still looking for jobs. So I've been writing it, but I don't know if I want to release it right away. But it's going to be about the idea of game studios closing and some of the So the first thing that people think about it is like, you know, oh, you know, there's no audience for that type of game or something like that. A studio closing is actually not a very informative event. It just simply means that either if it is a higher division closing a game studio, that the parent company felt that the resources that were going into that studio would be more profitably spent somewhere else. So that doesn't even mean that the studio was losing money. It means that they felt that there were other things that they could do with that money. And that is a really, in one way, that's a dumb reason to close a studio, but from a parent company's point of view, it's a really smart reason. It's the same reason that if you could work at Starbucks or you could work at a consulting firm, you know, Starbucks, you get paid minimum wage or a little bit above, and the consulting firm, you know, you're pulling 6 figures. Obviously, you're going to choose the consulting firm, even though you may find satisfaction, and certainly there are people who will benefit from you serving them coffee. It's just a question in terms of your opportunity costs. And then for a company that's standalone, you know, a company like that going bankrupt, you know, obviously they had costs and there was, you know, an issue in terms of management or something like that. But again, all that we really know about Telltale was the fact that they were essentially not able to remain a going concern. That either meant that their expenses were larger than their revenues. We know for a fact now that it was actually a matter of securing financing from Lionsgate. And so it's not even a statement on the quality of the games. In fact, if you've seen some of the best reviewed games that Telltale has come out with have come out in like the past year. But unfortunately, the realities of their business were such that it couldn't be a going concern. And unfortunately, that means some very talented people were let go under some really negative circumstances. So it's the effort on that is kind of going to be a bit of a... I'm trying to write a blog which puts that sort of thing into perspective, tries to show where there might be some potential benefits from the idea of an institution closing, obviously or a firm closing in a longer view. And that's one of the problems that I have with writing that article is I don't know if doing the quote unquote good side is really seemly at a time when people are still looking for jobs. But on the other hand, I do want to sort of counteract some of these takes in terms of like, you know, oh, nobody really liked Telltale games, that's why they went under. It's like, you know, they by pretty much most measures, they were making good games and games that people wanted. But it was a question in terms of whether or not they were able to continue on at the rate that they were, and unfortunately they weren't. So that's roughly what I'm working on right now. But No Name says, didn't have as much fun reading the codex entries in Mass Effect since Xenosaga. I don't think I'm familiar with Xenosaga. Jamie Sam, you do like story-driven games and walking simulators. You really like Life is Strange 2. I really want to do Life is Strange 2. I also have Before the Storm that I need to go through because I really enjoyed the first Life is Strange game. I actually prefer it to the Telltale games personally. I thought it was an incredibly well-crafted story. And I think it's a story with a lot more depth than people gave it credit for. I think a lot of people focused a lot on like the teen Hella speak. I think it is actually one of the best stories I've seen told in a game. At least it's one that resonated very deeply with me. And obviously I'm saying that in the context of a lot of really well told stories. So, and yeah, No Name is defending the Renegade Shep. I will admit, I find Renegade Shep a very unlikable character. That's not necessarily a bad thing. But I find some of the Renegade choices a little difficult to stomach unless I'm in the mood for them, because I just find them repellent behavior. And it's the question, like, I really want to invest myself in this shepherd, which is why I play a very upstanding shepherd. And sometimes it's really fun to play the Renegade character, but I tend to find there's this big dissonance when I'm personally investing myself in a character and they behave in this appalling way. And I think one of the reasons for that is that I have a tendency sometimes to be very nasty. I've actually learned, like in economics or something like that, if I feel somebody's being pretentious, I can be a bit of a dick. And I'm trying to get better at that because it's not a very good trait. But it's something that I've sort of learned and recognized. So when I see like Shepard just behaving in this really awful way, it makes me feel a bit bad. So I think the Renegade choices I respond to them depending on how much of myself I've invested inside of Shepard. And the thing is, because Mass Effect is such a good story, I usually tend to invest myself quite heavily in Shepard because I just really want to be part of it. Like, I want Tali to be safe, and I want, I want Garrus to try and find his place to do some right in the world. And I guess I'm a big old softie. Is what it comes down to, really. Like, I'll play something like Crusader Kings 2 and I'll murder a bishop so that I can get the tithe money for my kingdom, and then as soon as I play Mass Effect, I'm like, can't everyone just get along? So anyway, yeah, I one of the problems, Captain Shield, is that all of my live stuff is, like, it's hard to find, especially because I come up with weird titles and stuff like that. And actually, to Melted Igloo's point, like, in terms of Telltale's mismanagement, the one challenge is that I think so some people gave me some weird pushback when I said I was really surprised about the news. It's not, I completely agree with the mismanagement story. That was a known factor. What I thought was so strange is that I would have expected the company to fold sort of with the revelations of mismanagement. It actually looked like Telltale was on its way to doing a turnaround, because, you hear the story about mismanagement. The negative management element has been removed, and the game is releasing some of the most, at least critically acclaimed, obviously we don't know the sales figures, but like, it was releasing some of the most successful critically stuff that it had done in a while, and then it had some like blockbuster stuff in the chamber, like, Wolf Among Us 2 and the conclusion of Walking Dead and so on. So to find out specifically now, it's sort of this point where it's like, if I had heard there was mismanagement and instead of the batch of layoffs that happened earlier in the year, the company closed, I would have sort of understood that. And if, let's say, Wolf Among Us 2 comes out and it wasn't successful and it folded, it's like, okay, yeah, they were banking on this being a hit and it wasn't, and they weren't able to continue. But it just seemed that they had a lot of upside ahead of them. And the fact that Lionsgate pulled out when it did and they weren't able to secure other financing, that was it. So in one sense, I mean, to an extent, when any business goes under, there's a failure of management to a certain extent. But there's always that interesting question in, like, why in that particular moment? Why not 6 months sooner, or why not 6 months later? And I'm always interested in those stories. I don't think I'll ever get to the bottom of it in terms of Telltale, but it's interesting to look at the context, and more importantly, to consider, like, what exactly happens when a company goes under. Because, in one sense, it's a sad thing. People lose their jobs, and there's a lot of investment in terms of things that won't happen. But on the flip side, it means that resources that weren't necessarily productively being used get to be disseminated into more productive users. I hope that everybody who worked at Telltale is able to find a position at a studio, and a studio that ships stuff. And it means that all that stuff that was locked up in Telltale and wasn't being realized, or was being canceled because they needed to pare back the staff, if that can go to a place that is able to ship a game, then we as consumers benefit. There's more choice, there's more stuff, and the developers benefit because, of course, they're able to see their work go out into the world rather than be locked behind a capricious development system. So it's tough. It's, and this is why, like, obviously I'm speaking about a thing that I've been sort of on the fence about releasing, well, like finishing writing and releasing, because again, like, there's been a lot of layoffs. I mean, layoffs in areas that I used to live, like the Capcom layoffs. So there's definitely a side of me that says, if I talk about, the brighter side of not working, I just think there's a certain point where you need to be sensitive to what people are going through. Like, people may not necessarily want to hear my hot take on the closure of gaming studios when they've just lost their job. That's the big thing I'm dealing with. Sean Bean plays Paragon and punches the journalist. Yeah. Thanks, Captain Shield. I mean, it's... I can't do them concisely.
Read,
but...
for lack of a better word.
Oh, man.
Is good.
On to new business. Today's mission is for all of you to go to the Brain Slug planet. Just walk around not wearing a helmet.
Oh God, I can't. It's been so long since I've got a donation. Thank you very much, Elton. I really appreciate that. Especially because you've been here just a few, a few minutes. Well, probably more than a few minutes now, but we're sort of in the ramp down because oh my God, I'm 2 hours over. Time flies. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. And that was a very charming message you added towards it. But yeah, so Captain Shield, I do have the benefit of education in particular fields which are uncommon, especially on Twitch. So I do get to draw from that a little bit. But I do my best when faced with a topic. It's not very hard to go onto Twitter and find people's first reaction to it. And as far as I can, I try not to give a first impression or a knee-jerk reaction to something, because I think there may be a market for it, but it's not necessarily one that I can contribute meaningfully to. Like, I don't have a very large number of followers on Twitter, so it's a little egocentric for me to say, well, my public needs to know what I think about this right now. But what I can do is, because I'm interested in games, at least from the perspective of somebody who enjoys playing them and has a Twitch stream, who... more developers have stopped by, and that's been a really rewarding experience. There is something interesting in thinking about the people behind making games and the way that that business works. And so when I can, I try to go past the first impression that I have and sort of think about what's happening underneath. Or ask that question of like, okay, so something happened here, but why did it happen that way? Was it the fact that this person I just read about in the paper was an idiot, or did they sort of think that things would turn out for themselves and they were misinformed? And, there's lots of different, obviously it depends on the particular situation. And as long as I'm able to do that with something, I feel a little bit better about offering an opinion or offering a take. Because in that case, even if somebody disagrees with it, you just need to look at the EA article that I put out, and it is the most, so people who saw it on YouTube, it's the most hated thing I've ever done. People who read it, and especially people at EA who read it, really liked it. But I've never really felt that the matter should be that somebody agree with what I write so much as they felt that they've heard a perspective well presented that they wouldn't have seen before. That's the main goal that I have when I write or I issue something. I'm obviously going to be wrong. Nobody is right 100% of the time in their lives. But if I can do something that people engage with, I will probably encounter somebody thoughtful, which is your guys' role. Somebody who listens to what I have to say, and offers their own view. I'll get the benefit. The whole point of free speech is not for me to be able to express the idea that I have. It's the ability of me to hear your responses to it. So when I say something that might be kind of dumb or thoughtless or insensitive, there's that mechanism by which you guys will inform me of that. Hopefully respectfully, but sometimes all capital letters is mattered when I say something particularly dumb. And that's why I try to be, I can't be right, but I can at least try and be thoughtful. And if I go about it honestly, then when I'm corrected, I have the benefit of potentially learning stuff. Anyway, sorry guys, I've been monologuing instead of chatting. So let's just take a quick look. Have a good one, Smishet. I'm going to be wrapping up soon anyway, so have a good evening. I did talk about Paragon punching the journalist, so that's, I mean, this is the first time I didn't punch the journalist. I really liked the response, so I'm glad that I did that. Yeah, I would have loved to see Wolf Among Us 2. Sometimes it's more realistic quality to the Renegade option you find appealing. You're surprised to find that some of the Renegade options had a humanizing effect on Shepard for you, and when you realize that, you actually enjoyed playthroughs of trying to balance Paragon. Yeah, so actually, No Name, that gets back to, I think, a question you asked earlier, like, I'm definitely not going strictly Paragon Shepard. I resist the Renegade options as much as I can. So, for instance, so if you guys are interested why I didn't punch the journalist, it's because I normally punched the journalist when I played Mass Effect 2, having not played Mass Effect 1. Because I gave a good interview with the journalist, I said, I'm going to give a good interview the second time, and I'm going to beat them at their own game. And I love that this game made that the consequence for that choice. So I still do Renegade options when I feel it's dramatically appropriate, but I'm learning to resist the urge to do that. So oh, you could tell that part of it was educate what subjects. Yeah, so Captain Shield, I mean, I started off in the film industry, but my formal education is in economics. I did a bachelor's and a master's degree at the University of British Columbia, which is a pretty good econ department. It's a tough econ department, but I got to study under some exceptionally gifted economists, and that's what I do for my job. So now economics is a really big subject. I used to do a subject known as political economy, which doesn't so much deal, so it does deal with GDP in some ways, but not the way you think. So it's like all economists don't just sit down and think about the behavior of firms. A lot of economists sit down and think about the behavior of people, which is probably the most interesting subject in economics. But usually if you're going to be doing work, like unless you're a pure academic, usually if you're going to be doing some kind of work, even in government, you're going to be brushing up against firms. And so, you know, obviously when we talk about the birth and death of firms, that is a significant event. That is something that is worthy of study. And again, you've got the sad side of the story, which gets a lot of attention, and appropriately so, because individual people are affected by it. But in the long run, there's also the reallocation of resources. And my hope is that companies that are not sustainable fail in ways that are not devastating to the participants, and that those resources get diffused in a way that the potential of those workers is better realized. It's the same way that before I had my economics degree, I would walk by like a closed sign or like a for lease sign in a business, and I'd be like, oh, that's really sad that the business is closed. And maybe I've just become more optimistic, but now as a result of that education, I actually get really interested when I see for lease signs, and I'm like, what is somebody going to build here? You know, it's sort of like an office space, but it also has enough windows that it might be a retail space. What's going to be here? Is it going to be graphic design? Will somebody make web pages here? Is it going to be a UPS store? You know, there's lots of different things that this land is potentially going to be used for. And there's always that sad moment when something closes, but there's also what happens afterwards. And I find that part really fascinating. So that's kind of where that came from. Oh, that's cool, No Name. Yeah, I actually got a question in chat about what books I could recommend. The problem is that it's all textbooks. So like Asimoglu's Growth textbook has some good political economy stuff in it, but it's that's not a beach read. Preston and Tabellini have actually two really good books. Their book on constitutions is one that I'm going through right now, and I like quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, undergrad, I did a paper on drone strikes in Pakistan, which is not your usual. You know, you're not doing Herfindahl indexes or anything like that. So it's a big subject, and there's lots of interesting questions you can ask about it. But anyways, guys, I am. Melted Igloo says the best cities are ones you can work and live in without commuting. There was a recent story that half the employees leave because of a long commute. I can believe that. When I was in school, it took me 2 hours one way to get to class. So I'd spend 4 hours a day getting to and from classes. That is no way to do school. But that's Vancouver. That's what happens when you have a really expensive property market. Not a lot of housing being built, unfortunately. So anyways, guys, I'm sort of filibustering at this point. We probably could have finished off about 10 minutes ago. So I'm going to do the quick recap of the mission, and all things must come to an end. So I'm going to find somebody to host tonight. And oh, that's really cool that you're studying medicine, No Name. Yeah, this is one of the things, by the way, I really love about Twitch, is that with an active chat, you've got, you just find out these neat little tidbits from people. And also, it's one of the things that keeps me humble in some of the stuff that I talk about, because 9 times out of 10, there's somebody who knows the topic better than I do in chat. Long story, you jump from poli-sci to healthcare. I think you're probably doing more for the world, No Name. But yeah, actually, one of my tricks in econ was that I'd go through poli-sci journals and I'd find interesting papers that I thought asked really interesting questions, but then didn't have the empirics to back it up. Like, I think everybody who's been in school, I'm really sorry for the people who've not done to university for this, but like the thing that I used to do was, like, everybody's read these papers where like the abstract promises you this like groundbreaking discovery, and then like you get to the like you get to the actual paper and it's kind of like, I'm not gonna say you lied in the abstract, but I'm kind of mad that you made me read this far, like, for this. But that doesn't mean that the questions aren't interesting. And obviously, econ has got a really robust set of empirical tools. So it's not easy, but, you know, it's all well and good to be, you know, I can pretend I'm like Waldorf and Statler and the Muppets, and like I'm just, you know, poking at the, you know, the papers are like, you didn't meet my standards of quality. But, you know, if I'm in school, you know, prove it. Like, I've got the textbooks, I've got, you know, presumably I'm learning, so, you know, show them better. So it's neat, you know, you do like you start with a replication of the paper, and then you sort of say, where wasn't I convinced? Where do I think this thing can be tightened up? And it's a really interesting exercise. You can, you know, there's some low-hanging fruit. And it's not that these authors are like bad or that they're lazy. They may not have the benefit of being taught some of those techniques, or they were maybe looking in one place for one particular thing, and you get inspired and say, well, actually, I think what's going over here is more interesting. I had this happen at work, actually. Somebody was talking about the effect of public capital at a national level, and I was sort of like, but, you know, so like public capital, the idea being like the stuff that the government builds, which we usually don't have good measures of rates of return on. And they're sort of talking about the mechanisms through which that should happen. And I say, it's like, but all of those are like local reasons. Like, shouldn't this be a provincial story? Like, we should try and do as local as possible. Again, my inclinations usually being try and get as close to individual people as possible. And I was working on that tonight, and I found a lot of really cool stuff once you bring that down to that more detailed level. So everybody brings sort of their perspective and their background to these things, and that's what makes research and the dissemination of that research so interesting, because, you know, what's interesting to one person you know, it's not always necessarily going to be the same. So yeah, one of the things I used to do with poli-sci papers, it's a fascinating topic, but sometimes if I tried to do my best not to like throw away papers that I thought didn't quite deliver. It was always like, okay, if I'm so smart, how do I show it off? And like sometimes I couldn't make it work because it's like, oh yeah, this is actually really hard. But some other ones, like you can get some interesting results if you like push yourself to go a little bit harder. And of course, because a lot of people are doing the right thing and making their data available, like you're definitely able to try and really make that work sing. And there's a benefit to the authors too, because obviously their paper gets a citation for providing the data. Anyways, mission summary: recruited Tali Zora for the team. Though loyal to Shepard, Tali Zora's antagonism towards Cerberus necessitates observation, also sending recon units to examine Geth activities in case activities on the Haestrom provoke action. Tempest machine gun. This submachine gun fires in long, deadly bursts, very effective against shields and biotic barriers. Inaccurate at long range, also at short range. Weak against armor, upgrades the Shuriken machine pistol. The commonality of kinetic barriers has led to increased demand for rapid-fire weapons like the Tempest. Produced by Elena's Risk Control Services for the Eclipse Mercenary Band, the Tempest is an expensive but deadly addition to anyone's personal arsenal. Yeah, I've actually occasionally done some econ streams. None recently, but especially when I do Paradox games, it really does lend itself towards some of these discussions. But I'm always happy when there's demand for it because I like talking about this stuff. And most importantly too, like I loved being a TA. So I know I've sort of alienated a few people in chat by going at a slightly higher level. But one of the things I love the most is being able to explain it in layman's terms. Like I would love it if everyone in the chat could understand, let's say, some of the work that I'm doing at work. So we'll definitely do more of that in the future, I think. I think that's one of the things that I used to be better at in the past and I'd like to bring back. Assault rifle damage, heavy pistol damage, a boatload of credits, which is good because I spent so much on the Citadel, 2,000 iridium, and a partridge in a pear tree. All right, guys. The fact that you guys have been hanging out this time is great. I do owe a bit of an apology to Melted Igloo because obviously you came in while we were doing the last mission of tonight, and you donated, and you were such a pleasure to have in chat. Oh, we got a little bit more.
Cerberus saw footage of you in action, Tali Zora. We're looking forward to having you on the team. Your engineering expertise will really benefit the mission.
I don't know who you are, but Cerberus threatened the security of the migrant fleet. Don't make nice.
That's why you're here, Tali. I need people who aren't Cerberus. People I can trust.
I wasn't part of what happened to the migrant fleet, but I understand your distrust. I hope we'll get past that as we work together.
I assumed that you were undercover, Shepard. Maybe even planning to blow Cerberus up. If that's the case, I'll loan you a grenade. Otherwise, I'm here for you, not for them.
If it helps, check out the Normandy while you're here. We've gotten a few upgrades.
I'll get Tali Zora the necessary security clearance to access our systems.
Please do. I can't be part of your team if I don't know how the ship works. Just remember, Shepard, Cerberus wasn't our friend when we went up against Saren. I'll be in engineering.
Don't forget to introduce yourself to Edie, the ship's new artificial intelligence.
I was feeling bad for Jacob right up until the moment that he said that. This is one of the things I love. The little, like, it's a good story for, like, Mass Effect is really well written, and it's a good story for, like, the big macro stuff that everybody pays attention to. But honestly, like, I live for the little moments. Like, those bits about Jack going from, like, silhouette to being visible as you get to know her better. You know, the little throwaway lines that she has on things. You know, a scene where you're basically just dumping on Cerberus the whole time and Jacob managing to get, like, one in is like, oh yeah, by the way, say hi to the AI on your way through, you know, to Aquarian. Like, you can write a really dramatic story. I mean, you know, if you want, open up your hero's journey book and, you know, follow all the rules, you know, go to history, you know, give some of them pointy ears and some of them like tusks or something like that. But honestly, like, to sell the world, it's always just those little, like, it's those ways that people trade barbs with each other, or those subtle shifts of power that people have. Those are the spots that really sell me on the game. So anyways, guys, like I said, I've been promising you that I'm gonna shut up for so long now, and you guys have been really really generous with the time. We're almost back to 2,000. I'm looking forward to that again. And who do we have? We've got a lot of people here, actually. And everybody's got over 100 people watching them. Let's host Kilgore Trout. It has been a while since I've hosted him. I believe he's playing Hexen, so Kilgore Trout is definitely good if you guys, especially if you guys like games like System Shock 2. He's a good classic game player. I believe he's playing Hexen right now. But yeah, really solid streamer, really friendly guy, fellow Canadian, member of the GOG stream team, and somebody who got partnered after the new rules came in, which is not an easy thing to do. So I hope you guys enjoy it. I think he's doing his box and movie hype right now, so showing off some of his old games and some of the movies that he has. Thank you, everybody. This was really fun, and I'm very happy that I went longer tonight. I do have, so there's gonna be some small interruptions into the stream schedule next week for reasons that I will do my best to articulate on Twitter. There's gonna be some big Cultist Simulator stuff happening for sure. But I'll probably do Crusader Kings 2 on Monday for sure. May not do. So the problem is that I may not be able to do something Cultist Simulator specifically on this stream. So I will say, if you guys don't regularly check Twitter, either check out the Discord or make an effort to check out the Twitter on the release date of Cultist Simulator if you want a better idea in terms of where the plans are going for that. I should have a better idea around the afternoon. It's mostly just a question in terms of like when I can get it installed and get the time done and that. But next week is when I'm going to start doing some more Cultist Simulator stuff, which I'm really looking forward to. And we've got a couple more weeks in terms of October, so I know people like watching me play horror games, and I should probably try and get something like that sorted out. But anyways, guys, have a great night. Thank you very much. New follows and old. This was a lot of fun, and we're going to send the good feelings on to Kilgore Trout. Have a good one, and we'll see you all Monday. Oh, God. Wrong one.